Chapter 1961. After temporarily shelving and stabilizing the things he was dealing with, or throwing them into the sea of energy to perform self-replacement, Yun Nuashing followed Hui towards the concept-level space. However, halfway through, he suddenly thought of a problem when he had just entered this space. No, if Shuang wants to talk to me, shouldn't she be the one to call me over? Why did she ask you to pass the message? Hui didn't think about it at first. Hearing Maple's words, he was also confused. How would I know? Maybe your ice sculpture sister is too engrossed in her thoughts and can't think straight. We're like that sometimes. You don't like to use your brain. How can you say that your brain can't think straight? Are you sure they don't go on strike so often that they don't even want to talk to you when you want to use them? Don't worry about it. Ahem, I'll bring you over. Similar things happened before. They just casually talked about it and didn't pay much attention to it. When they found Shuang, they would know what was going on. Oh, I found her. She's still standing here. Hui Xiang pointed at the ice field in the concept-level space and took the lead to teleport over. He shouted at the top of his voice, Shuang, I've brought your little star over. Phone, your nickname sounds so weird. Where did this topic come from? Where did this nickname come from? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Little Angel was the one who started calling him by the nickname, the 139th age. After a while, Siyu and Blue Phoenix started calling him that too. He was already used to it. He shrugged and ignored the topic. He walked to Shuang and asked, Shuang, are you looking for me? The ice field was completely silent. Only the cold wind and the tiny snowflakes danced in the air. There was no other sound. Shuang stood there in a daze. She didn't make any sound. She didn't react to their arrival at all. Yun Nuashing looked into her deep blue eyes that were like glaciers. Only then did he realize that Shuang's gaze was a little sluggish. The light in her eyes was still there, and she did not encounter anything that blinded her mind. But, well, it should be a problem of attention. Her attention and consciousness did not seem to stop here. What's going on? Seeing Maple frown, we quickly walked over and saw Shuang staring blankly ahead. Even if Maple waved his hand in front of her, she didn't respond. Could it be her consciousness or her soul ran out? I ran out to call you half an hour ago. Could it be that this girl was a little bored after waiting for so long and her soul ran away? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She'll come over when she's bored. Shuang isn't an idiot. Anyway, let's wake her up first. She reached out and gently touched Shuang's forehead. Origin energy surged and burst forth with a faint halo of energy. Shuang immediately came back to her senses and saw Little Star looking at her helplessly. She couldn't help but exclaim, Little Star, you're here. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and pressed on her head. You called me here, but you're distracted. What's the matter? Well, there's something. Shuang nodded and swayed her hands around Ren's arm. I want to go somewhere. There's a voice calling me. It had been calling me before, but I couldn't find it. After that, I didn't pay attention to it for a while. But now it's calling again. Yun Nuashing. Do people like to talk about things in other people's minds these days? He had it, Yuankong had it too. But this girl was man-made. Shuang. I don't know what's going on. Shuang explained the matter in detail. The corresponding time just happened to make up for the time 20 years ago. Ren still remembered that this girl had disappeared during that time. Sometimes she would disappear for 100 years, or even a few decades without any news. From what she told him now, this girl had gone to look for the voice and wandered around in the void. She was so engrossed that she forgot to report her safety. But what kind of thing could it be? Huiren scratched his head and looked at Shuang, but she was also confused. She shook her head to show that she was not sure. They also felt strange and could not figure it out. The voice was definitely not an ordinary voice. But to talk about a more special situation, well, it could only be said that this girl's nature. Then the question came. The existence of something in the void that could directly affect the life of the origin. I'm not sure. Yun Nuashing answered Hui Ren's question through the soul transmission. My understanding of the life of the origin is basically only involved in the ordinary part. The deeper level is still the blind spot of my knowledge. In short, you can determine that there's something in the void, right? And then it's desperately talking to you, trying to get your attention. Yun Nuashing said, seeing Shuang Shuang nodding. Her pretty face was a little confused and anxious. She reached out and pressed on Shuang Shuang's head. So, can you point out the approximate location or direction? Shuang Shuang lowered her head and thought for a while. She gently raised her hand, turned around, and pointed to the back. The position of the void over there. Yun Nuashing and Hui Ren looked over at the same time. Their cheeks twitched at the same time, and they said in unison, the upper plane. When Maple said this, he noticed that there was no special change in his expression. But when he said this, his brain was a little exploding. It was mentioned a long time ago that the upper plane was still in chaos. When the void frontline was busy resisting the underworld, the upper plane was integrated into one and fell into war. No one knew what was going on. In recent years, according to the information received by the Void Patrol team, the upper plane was obviously more chaotic. Although when he was chatting with Jing Yuanji, he accidentally let Maple know about the turbulence in the void of order. But there was no but. Looking at how much this guy loved his little girl, he would probably get involved in this matter and have to go to the upper plane. Yun Nuashing touched her chin and thought for a while. Then she suddenly waved her hand and said, let's go. Call Yuanji, Blue Phoenix, and the others. Bring along Lady Green. Call Sui Feng and the others too. Bring along the 4 of them. Then, let Little Green prepare 12 echelons of people. Prepare the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level energy towers. Bring along the Temple of Origin and bury it at the bottom of the void, just like the Temple of Expedition. Hui Ren's face was contorted. The element of struggle was drowned in this difficult expression. He felt as if his heart was on fire. Maple, no matter how useless the void of order is, it doesn't deserve to die. Even if it's really too much to write down, you don't need to mobilize this level of power. If that power swarmed over, it would not be enough even if the void of order was destroyed billions of times. The most violent weapon of order is finally going to attack the void of order. Even if they wanted to stop it, they probably couldn't. When Yun Nuashing heard his words, he was stunned for a few seconds. When he turned his head and saw Huey's expression, which looked like he was going to die to remonstrate something, he was even more confused. He frowned slightly and muttered, have you forgotten that you were caught by the chaotic concept body the last time you went out? After that, we made a deal. Next time we go out, we have to bring billions of firepower with us. Given the nature of the void of order, who knows if we'll run into origin or chaos after going out for 2 rounds. I wouldn't be surprised if the 2 added together. It's settled. Let's go out and see who's the one talking nonsense in Shuang Shuang's head. Why do people like to talk nonsense in other people's heads these days? It's really weird. Hui Ren was speechless. Oh, so that's what happened. He forgot. But it was still very dangerous. If such a torrent of power charged into the void of order, something would happen. And if something happened, it would make things worse. If Maple saw that something was wrong with the void of order and wanted to get rid of it, it would just be a matter of convenience. After all, more than 95% of the combat power of the void of order was gathered at the void frontline. While Hui Ren was still in a daze, Yun Nuashing had already passed the message. She then turned and looked at Shuang Shuang, who was hugging her arms and looking a little dazed. Shuang Shuang, did that voice say anything? Say what? Shuang Shuang came back to her senses and tilted her head in thought for a long time. She then slowly shook her head. It's not a sentence. It's it's an intermittent voice, meaningless murmurs like sleep talking. Shuang Shuang frowned slightly and pondered for a while. She then nodded seriously. That should be it. Its voice is even more vague than before. At first, I could still barely make out sentences, but I didn't pay attention to it, because even if it's a sentence or sentence, I still don't understand what it's saying. The whole sentence is not complete. I tried to find it by following the voice. I searched for it in the void of order for a long time. Although I could tell where the voice came from every time, I couldn't find the specific location. Shuang muttered to herself about the things that only she knew. Her gaze and attention seemed to be attracted to another place as she kept muttering. Her gaze became a little dazed, and Yun Nuashing was a little confused. However, he had a similar experience himself, so he could understand. Yes, it was the voice that was muttering to him in the source, saying that it was coming to find him. But after a few eras, nothing happened. Although he made it sound very serious, it did not really summon a group of people. After all, at this time, everyone was busy with their own things. As expected, Lady Qing was soaking in the tower of the Fortress of Origin. She probably did not intend to come out before she drowned or was beaten to a pulp by his phantoms. Sui Feng and Brother Lei were also in a state of fanaticism at the moment. Both of them were fanatically dismantling the Fortress of Origin. It seemed that among the second-generation inheritors, they were the most familiar with the Fortress of Origin. Relatively speaking, they were only 50 steps away from the Fortress of Origin. The Fortress of Origin was almost a blind spot for everyone. It was a lesson that the God of Origin did not teach them. So most of the work was left to the two of them, just like how he was torturing all the creations of order. He thought that the second-generation inheritors would not be able to spare any manpower, but he did not expect an unexpected person to come. Qing said that she needs to go with you to fulfill the prerequisites. Xiao Sure stood in front of him and said seriously. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment and turned to look at Sui Qing. The latter immediately looked away and said calmly, I just mentioned it casually and I was dragged here. What kind of strange knowledge did you instill in her? Listen to the request and answer it. It's normal. Sui Qing continued to turn her head. She asked me about the prerequisites when she was free. I have no experience, so I can only answer based on what I heard and saw. Yun Nuashing. This is great. A guy who stepped into the blind spot of knowledge is dragging another guy who also stepped into the blind spot of knowledge deeper into the depths. This is probably going to fall into the mud. He sighed and covered his face. Although he was a person who stood in the depths of the quagmire, he was not qualified to criticize others. As for the rest of the members, Siyu, Qing Huang, and Little Angel were soul-bound members. Well, there was no one else. Jing Yuanji specially greeted them and said that she was busy dealing with the creation crystal that was given to her a long time ago to help her ascend to the Yuanxia realm. It seemed that there was some special change after she became an inheritor and officially came into contact with the origin energy. She needed a lot of time to deal with it, so she could not follow them. You guys are very fast in dealing with the origin energy. The origin of the structure and the origin of the soul already have a corresponding level of origin imprint and brand. From now on, you can officially be regarded as the second-generation inheritors. Xiao Sure looked at Siyu and the others who were rushing over, then looked at Huijun and said, It won't take long for them to catch up with us. Isn't this speed too fast? Hui scratched his head and kept glancing at Maple. I always feel that this speed is abnormally fast. I don't know if it's because I've seen too much of Maple's abnormal behavior that my cognition is also abnormal. Indeed, the speed is very fast, which is abnormal. But considering that you guys have been in contact with Ling for a long time, you guys have already been subtly influenced by the characteristics of the origin energy that he carries with him. The part about opening up the path ahead has already been taken care of for you guys. The rest is just for you to figure out how to go up on your own. Xiao Sure looked at Feng Ling and said faintly, It's not surprising to have this speed. The gods have talked about this before. Hui nodded and looked at Maple and the others who were walking over. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said to her, "What did you call him just now?" Ling Hui. Yun Nuashing had just walked over and heard this name and shivered. Goosebumps covered half of her body. Don't be like this. Change the name. It's so awkward when you call him that. Nicknames are very important. Xiao Shi replied calmly and turned to Sui Qing. Qing said so. Yun Nuashing and the others turned to look at Sui Qing, who had turned her head away with her face covered. He could not help but roll his eyes. Well, it actually had nothing to do with Sui Qing. He was used to the nickname when he heard Little Angel, and the others call him by that familiar nickname. But if he changed the name, it was actually his name that was awkward. Speaking of which, why did he call himself Feng Ling in the first place? From what he knew of himself, he basically called himself whatever name he saw when he opened his eyes. Back then, TSK he could not remember. Why did he? Oh, he remembered now. It was a ghost story. Little Angel looked at his slightly pale face and awkward expression. She could not help but poke his cheek. What are you thinking about? Yun Nuashing's expression was strange. I'm thinking about how I came up with this name. It's a ghost story. I even purposely sealed this thing's memory. Huey's interest was piqued. Feng's name? Maple Leaf? Then where did Ling come from? Silk and satin? You came down from the sky and smashed someone's shop? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and was silent for a few minutes. When everyone looked at her curiously, she stammered, "Maple Leaf Forest. 3 feet of white silk. Ghost story, psychological trauma." Everyone. What the hell? She had just landed in the realm of the gods and opened her eyes to see such a scene. For a 7 or 8-year-old disguised as a child, this was simply a ghost story. Huey's face twitched. You didn't think of changing your name? At that time, I didn't think about it at all. I quickly ran away after giving it a name. At that time, I didn't react for a while. When I walked out, I was so shocked that I couldn't breathe. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. At that time, even if I was disguised, I was just a child. My mind was as clean as a piece of white paper. When I opened my eyes, I saw this ghost story scene. I was so scared that I didn't want to mention it for a long time. Even the name was so scared that I twisted it to mean something else. Everyone thought about it carefully and decided to throw this matter to the back of their heads and forget it. The name was a nice name, but the source was a little strange. It was better to forget it, quickly forget it. Hurriedly throwing this interlude aside, we counted the number of people in the group. There were 8 of them. Well, it didn't feel right for him to be in the group. It looked as if he was the only male in the group. He was simply a third wheel. I suddenly don't feel like going. What should I do? Hey, stop fooling around. Let's go. Yun Nuashing scolded and pulled Huey's arm. Without any explanation, she cut open a huge void rift and dragged Hui into it. Hui. Wait, didn't you say that I Ching would call some people to help? You didn't wait for them to come. Oh, I Ching and the others have already gone to scout the place. Aren't they waiting for us? Yun Nuashing didn't seem to mind and replied, Don't worry, the standard of going out with a large group has already been imprinted in my structural source. I will definitely not go out with less than enough power to tear apart the void. Oh, that's better. At least there's a companion on the way. There's no need to be a third wheel alone. That's why Maple used the power to tear the void apart as the standard. In short, the 8 of them set off for the predetermined location. After 3 void transmissions, they arrived at the destination. What we did not expect was that there was a sanctum of origins in this place. And it was a sanctum of origins that had been completely rooted, unfolded, and expanded for a long time. This proved that it was not just brought over as an expedition sanctum, but had been rooted here for a long time. Why is there a sanctum of origins in this place in the upper plane? When Hui asked this question, his face was stiff, his forehead was cold, and his sweat was in the form of a stream. A sanctum of origins in the upper plane, and it had been rooted for a long time. This was a stronghold, right? Perhaps Maple had been prepared to tear the void of order apart for a long time. Although I don't know what your expression means, but you must have misunderstood. Yun Nuashing led the others to the Sanctum of Origins. From the records, the abyssal death mist had visited this place a long time ago. When the Void Patrol team found this place, they had expanded the Void Seal to cover this area. Later on, in order to block the hole that was cut off, they brought the Sanctum of Origins here. Before the Sanctum of Origins was mass-produced, this place was defended by thousands of energy towers, and a few thousand energy towers were used to construct the Order Domain as a stronghold. He looked at the empty void. Although we can't see the abyssal death mist now, part of the vigilance is still necessary. There seems to be quite a lot of similar things in the Order Void. Every Sanctum of Origins that is brought out means that the upper plane of the Order Void has been touched by the underworld once. Although I have only recently come into contact with this part of the information, the number of times they have touched the upper plane is more than we thought. And this is only the part that we have discovered. There are more that we have not discovered. We heard that and sighed. In order to defend the rear, the Void Patrol team had been constantly exploring the upper plane and expanding the Void Seal. It had been hard on them, but it was a pity that they could never truly seal the upper plane. They could never do it unless they had grasped concept class power, like the Heavenly God of Origins and the others, using the net of order and origin to practically cover the entire Order Void. Only the Heavenly God of Origins could do such a thing. As for the others, they could only do their best to seal the infinite upper plane. After all, the underworld did not have concept class power, or should not have concept class power. If they put in a little effort, they could probably block their path. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. When I Ching and the others who were standing in front of the Sanctum of Origins saw them, they quickly raised their hands and used a stream of order power to guide them to the front of the door. When they stood there firmly, they began to report. The matters at the front line of the void have been arranged. As for here, according to the scale of the expeditionary team, that is, 1,000 people have been arranged. 30% of them are mid-tier Order warriors, and the rest are mid-tier Yuanshi warriors. After that, I Ching tilted his head. So, what is the mission this time? Yun Nuashing turned her head to look at Shuang. She immediately said, "Look for something." I Ching scratched his head and looked at her. Specifically, what are we looking for? I don't know. Something that can talk. Everyone was speechless. Well, there are many things in the void that can talk. If you don't sift through them, you won't be able to find anything even if the void collapses. Ahem, let me say it. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly to draw everyone's attention and briefly described the situation. That's the gist of it, but it's hard to tell the exact location. I've also located a Sanctum of Origins based on Frost's vague location. So I've used this place as a base to start the operation. Now, can you see the general location? When Frost heard the last sentence, she quickly turned her head, her gaze wavering in front of her for a moment before she extended a slender finger and continued to point forward. Over there. Looks like we need to continue moving towards the center of the upper plane. But, it doesn't seem that far. It's that weird movement again. It's hard to lock onto the distance, suddenly close, and then far away. Frost could not help but mumble as she scratched Little Star's head. Anyway, it's within this void region, right? I Ching wiped the sweat off his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Frost nodding. He then shouted towards the Sanctum of Origins. Then let the Order warrior who's standing guard here explain the situation. The people guarding the Sanctum of Origins quickly ran out of the Sanctum of Origins. One of them was a young man with a ponytail and bronze skin, while the other had shoulder-length hair that was not properly combed and looked like a chicken coop. Mr. Feng, why are you here? The two who ran out of the Sanctum of Origins were startled when they saw their Lord Observer just as they greeted him. Yun Nuashing paused and frowned in thought. Siyu was the first to clap and exclaim in surprise. Ah, it's you too. Why are you here? He asked Siyu to say a few more words to urgently awaken his memories. Only then did Yun Nuashing find the faces of these two people from the memories of 5 eras. He made no sound. It was the 2 people he saw in the void region where he was abducted. Long time no see. You've been here all this time? Yes. We were the ones who found this place and were responsible for filling in the loophole. After that, we've more or less been standing guard here, responsible for the expansion of the void seal in this region. Go Zhongming, who had a ponytail, scratched his head. I wanted to see you when I returned to the void front lines, but I'm lying down, so let's not talk about that. Yun Nuashing grinned. He was still in a state where he had just been beaten awake, so he did not have the time to see anyone. It's good that you're standing guard here. I've come to this void region to take care of some small matter. After explaining Shuang's situation in detail, Ning Fei immediately crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. Can it be considered a little abnormal? SSS, Mr. Feng, actually every corner of this void region can be considered abnormal. No, it's not just this void region. The neighboring void regions are also abnormal. There aren't more than 2 void regions that are normal. What's the situation? Is the void acting up? Yun Nuashing asked in a strange tone. Tisk, isn't the void of order busy with a war? They're fighting in the neighboring void regions, but they're not at peace. SSS. Before Ning Fei could finish his sentence, he was shocked by the sound of a collective gasp. Sir Hui was clutching his own neck with one hand and scratching his right cheek with the other. His expression was so ferocious that his eyeballs were about to pop out. Everyone who came back to their senses froze. Sui Qing and Xiao Shi also broke out in a cold sweat. Yun Nuashing blinked. His expression became strange within 2 seconds. His tone was even calmer. Internal? War? Sir Huey's face was like a waterfall. He stretched out his hand and pressed on Feng's shoulder. Feng, calm down. Listen to me. Please calm down. Actually, this matter. Yun Nuashing rolled up his sleeves and pulled out the rhythm of light. I'll go and flatten this void region. Everyone, don't. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and put down the rhythm of light. All right, I don't think that's good. This matter, we have to be fair. Wait a moment, I'll prepare a small void turbulence. I'll flatten the void of order directly. Don't use the tone of discussing what to eat tonight to say something so tragic. Chapter 1962. The internal conflict of the void of order. Boring, meaningless, grabbing on to trivial matters, using the name of righteousness for the sake of personal gain. Making everything sound dignified. Wearing masks to attend gatherings, pretending to be harmless, taking whatever they want, doing whatever they want. There's nothing wrong with going with the flow, but they just have to listen to what they want, trapping themselves in a cage, swinging their spear like a nonsensical void. Millions of words, millions of scenes, billions of scenes, after experiencing the vicissitudes of time and the collapse of the void. In the end, there's still no change in this world. Still nothing will change. The void of order. Ha! Fake, hypocritical, laughable, boring, and disgusting. It's all impure. How long has this thought been gathering, and how long has this resentment been going on? I don't know. It's not entirely due to the influence of the world's sins and the sea of consciousness. They are just like shackles, forcefully keeping the resentment and hatred that should have dissipated along with the death of a clear target. But that's not entirely the case. Perhaps it was also influenced by his own subconscious. He hated the impure order void. He hated everything about it. It could even be said that he hated and resented it. However, he didn't have a clear target for his resentment and hatred because those things had already faded away. The negative emotions that should have disappeared along with them had accumulated like chips that were getting heavier and heavier. They kept accumulating and piling up into a small hill that was on the verge of collapsing into a tall tower. Just like now, His hatred and annoyance towards the Order Void had been escalated to the level of hatred by the resentment and hatred that he didn't have a clear target for nameless negative emotions. It was also because of the nameless negative emotions that kept telling him that nothing in this world mattered, making him feel that nothing in this world mattered. So nothing happened. Nothing happened. That was one of the reasons why he held himself together. It was very fragile, but at least he held himself together. That also meant that this fragile balance could be easily broken, and just a little external stimulation would destroy the result of his efforts to hold himself together. Just like this very moment. Enough! This topic is really too clang. The sound of the rhythm of light piercing into the void caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. They could even hear the hallucination of origin, chaos, followed by the roar of the mixed energy of order and chaos tearing apart the void and void. Yun Nuashing said calmly, "It's nothing. I'm just doing something to calm myself down." Everyone thought he's pretending to have used origin, chaos once. Yun Nuashing held it in for a while, and her whole body stiffened. Don't look at me. You guys talk for a while and see what's more. Something worth paying attention to. Girl, come here for a while. Lend me your wings. The little angel quickly hugged him and wrapped her wings tightly around him. Hui looked at the two wrapped in cocoons, scratched his head, and said to everyone, "He is forcing himself to calm down. He can be suppressed for a period of time. Ignore him for now." Ge Zhongming was stunned. Just ignore it? Oh, don't worry. Feng often goes crazy. The fact that he didn't really slap this void area just now means that he will try his best to control himself now and later. Of course, the premise is that we don't give him too much stimulation. Stimulation means, Siyu reminded him softly, when we first met you, all the things that happened in your void territory were called the chaos of the Order Void. Ge Zhongming and Ning Fei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They said in unison, "That's bad. Then Mr. Feng can only stay in the temple." After all, other than our front line, the Order Void, Ning Fei looked at the white cocoon with a bitter smile and couldn't help but say, "But we really don't need to care about it. Mr. Feng looks like the situation is a bit bad?" "Oh, it's quite bad. After all, in this state, the Order Void will be gone if we don't handle it well." Hui let out a long sigh. Even though they were communicating through their souls, he kept his voice low. "Your Mr. Feng's resentment and hatred towards the Order Void is real. There's no need to doubt it. However, that part of his emotions doesn't have a target. It's a negative emotion that still exists even though there's no target. Can't let it go." Feng Qinghuang whispered. Mei Mao couldn't help but look at Little Star, her eyelids drooping. "But why? Why? Why are there so many whys?" Hui held the back of his head with both hands. "Hurt? No, that's putting it lightly. He hurt himself more than this world hurt him. This world took away too many things from him. That's why he can't let it go even if the root of the problem is over. Because he doesn't care about the world at all. He only cares about those things that were taken away from him. But what about the eternal pain? Even if the hole in his heart is patched up, there's still a gap. Moreover, there's no way to fill it up. Feng is no saint who repays evil with kindness. There's no such thing as repaying evil with good. He will repay it with destruction. I'm a naive guy who exists in the divine realm to balance out the personalities of two divine hierarchies. Although most of the time, it's Feng who's going berserk. I'm the one who's holding him back, trying to hold him back." Hui sighed and waved his hand. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We've talked about this too many times. Anyway, all you need to know is that this guy will overreact whenever he deals with the Order Void. If you can't, then don't try to stop him. Because when you can't stop him, then it means that Maple has had enough. His patience has reached its limit, and he is determined to blow up the Order Void. Even if you can stop him, you won't be able to stop him. No one can stop a determined Maple. Oh, you don't need to worry. Don't be fooled by his crazy appearance. This boundary isn't that easy to cross. It's not that hard to achieve this result, but it's not that easy either. Previously, I've always mentioned that if the Order Void's frontline is attacked by the internal conflicts of the Order Void, Maple will turn around and destroy the Order Void. That's half of what I said. It depends on the specific effects. In other words, even if his negative emotions have surged to such a degree, he still has a relatively large tolerance towards the Order Void. Air, but he's not a spring. He won't be able to suppress it for a while. This thing won't dissipate after a while. If he attacks the Order Void's frontline twice, the Order Void's frontline will be completely finished. That's why we've kept all these trivial matters from Maple. He himself knows that we've kept some things from him, but it's definitely not something that's particularly important. Ahem. All right. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about something serious. We coughed dryly and looked at Gazhongming and the others. Let's talk about this void region. Let's talk about if there's anything worth paying attention to. If there's a place that can attract Shuang's attention, it might be a little. Well, there's probably something abnormal. If there isn't, there's nothing we can do. We can only find a more conspicuous place first. The matter of this void region is as long as a piece of cloth. Ning Fei scratched his head. The beginning of the matter may be traced back to 5 eras ago. According to the information we've collected, 5 eras ago, all of you left the upper plane with most of your forces. The rest were basically people who had a wait-and-see attitude or didn't intend to join the Void frontline. However, the upper plane wasn't peaceful. A group of people popped out from nowhere and forcefully swept the upper plane. They integrated most of the remaining forces and wiped out many people. The integrated part now calls themselves the Yuanchu clan, located in the Yuanchu realm. What this name is trying to express? Well, it's already too obvious. Speaking of 5 eras ago, it could only be that silly person who suddenly appeared. He held his head and felt a slight headache. He looked at Sui Qing and the others. Were there such silly people in the previous era? No one controlled them, and they weren't in the war between order and chaos. That's the way to release their natural instincts, Sui Qing replied faintly. Speaking of which, we thought of something. Didn't we experience a tide of chaos from the end of the previous era to the beginning of this era? Jingyan, that Yuanchu guy whose exact realm was unknown, withstood the full tide of chaos and was beaten back to the peak of origin. If she withstood the tide of chaos and still maintained the realm of the beginner Yuanchu, what would happen? Exempted space. However, only a small degree of exemption can barely ensure that a small part of it is not affected by the tide of chaos. The one who answered was Little. She paused for a while before continuing, and the difference between an exempted space and an unexempted space is quite big. A high-level Yuanchu without an exempted space can fall to the peak of origin. After an exempted space is affected by the tide of chaos, will be a beginner Yuanchu. Its original state should be between the peak of the beginner Yuanchu and the beginner Yuanchu. We heard that and said, that is to say, as long as there is an exempted space, the degree of being affected by the tide of chaos will be greatly reduced. Then, were there many exempted spaces in your era? The method was passed down to outsiders. It was meant to be used to resist the influence of chaos, which is similar to the frontline world now. Although that is the case, there are not many that can be called an exempted space. Oh, it was for the newcomers to use. After all, it was the power of the new, and when the influence of chaos was very strong, such exempted spaces were indeed needed. In that case, there must have been a lot of exempted spaces in the previous era. A lot of crudely made, so crudely made that the inheritors and the gods of origin did not want to admit that this thing that was made out of mud was the kind of thing that they passed down. There were probably not that many spaces that were really acceptable and could be called exempted. That would explain why the guy who came to the front line to cause trouble had the aura of a beginner Yuanchu on him. Hui thought for a while and felt that he had understood this part, so he nodded to Ning Fei and said, "Then you continue." Ning Fei thought for a while and shortened his words by half. The primordial realm initially controlled the entire upper plane, and some special worlds did not escape the fate of being implicated. Probably because they were special, they were targeted. After that, the entire upper plane was under their control, and there was not much to talk about after that. Hui held his chin and said, "We don't seem to have any emergency situation. Not even 5 primordial realms. Did they not go to the realm of the gods?" The realm of the gods, to the beings of our era, was second only to the world where the gods lived. Perhaps because of this, even though that era had passed, they did not intend to break into the realm of the gods. Xiao Xiao replied, "Oh, since that guy was from the previous era, that means that this part of the customs was also preserved. It is not difficult to understand." Hui nodded and said, "Then, since he is from the previous era, what is the realm of the guy who called himself the High Lord? What realm has he recovered to?" "It is said that he is close to the peak of the beginner Yuanchu realm." Ning Fei rubbed his hands and looked at Lord Hui with a dry smile. Lord Hui, actually the realm of the gods, they have already attacked us. Everyone. It seemed that they had already attacked them, but they did not enter, so they had no idea what had happened to the realm of the gods all these years. The so-called High Lord seemed to have found a way to recover from the effects of the chaos tide and was slowly climbing the ladder that he used to be on. But the peak of the beginner Yuanchu realm, forget it, it was the same as not having it, just as they thought. Ning Fei briefly explained the matter of a group of fools attacking the realm of the gods, and the result was naturally that they returned without any success. They even heard that they suffered some injuries because of it. The latter puzzled everyone. They could not possibly destroy half of their own people just to tear down the barrier, right? How could such a funny thing happen in the void? That is because of the creation's barrier's counterattack mode. Since Maple and I have left, we had to leave a stronger defense for the realm of the gods, so we adjusted it to counterattack mode. With its initial defensive power and the weight of Maple and I, it can withstand the attacks of the beginner Yuanchu realm, and its counterattack mode is stronger. At the same time, it can also throw back most of the attacks of the same energy level. It is not difficult for us to break it, but it is a little more troublesome. After all, we have adjusted it ourselves, and we know how troublesome it is. Since it is a counterattack mode that completely seals the entry and exit of the realm of the gods, the way to enter and exit the realm of the gods is hidden. Only a select group of people in the realm of the gods know about it, and they will think of other ways to leak the information so that those who really want to enter the realm of the gods can enter. As for the others, those who are not related are not allowed to enter. Then what happened after that? After that, Ning Fei thought for a moment. After that, the primordial realm did not pay any attention to the realm of the gods, and only defended their position. It was not until an unknown date that the void of order, which was unified on the surface, or at least stable on the surface, suddenly became turbulent again. By the time we discovered it, it was already the 56th era. The earliest date that we can trace back to should be the 55th era. Well, it should be the middle or late period. If the primordial realm did not do a good job of keeping it a secret, then it was really the same time, because we could not find any traces before that. Keeping it a secret meant that the place and people where the incident happened were sunk. It was as if nothing had happened and no traces were left. Only the perpetrator of the incident knew about it, and naturally, this incident did not exist. In other words, this internal war may have been going on for an era. As for the reason for the turmoil again, Ning Fei was silent for a moment, and his expression was a little conflicted. It was the other 2 families who rebelled. One of them was led by the Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm, and the other group was very strange. We found clear records and relatively clear information. There was a high probability that they were not from the previous era. At least, the leader was indeed born in this era. But the problem is that person's realm was at the 3rd heaven of the beginner realm. He had just entered this realm, and was not inferior to the guy who called himself the High Lord. Ah, they knew what he was conflicted about. With the strength and particularity of the macroscopic rules at this time, it was already very impressive for a life of this era to enter the realm of Yuanshi. If there were no arrangements in the void frontline, such as eliminating the influence of the tide of chaos or slightly fixing the macroscopic rules, which were the rules used after the first adjustment in the void frontline, not to mention the newly appointed source law, the self-breakthrough would be very slow. Hui also sped up after getting rid of the influence of the tide of chaos. He could reach the level of advanced without the source law, mainly because he got rid of the influence of the tide of chaos. To paraphrase the words of an observer, the layer of mud that covered the essence fell off, and the future path was much easier. When the essence was still covered in dust, it was like a shackle that fell from the macroscopic rules. It was too heavy and the burden was too great. It could only move forward abnormally slowly and with great difficulty. To be able to reach the third heaven in such a state, could it be that he came to the void front line, came to our place for a stroll, broke through and then left? Hui scratched his head. Although I don't want to say anything negative, with the current state of the macroscopic rules, to reach the third heaven of the beginner Yuanshi, it's a little. 47 eras, Little Xiao said flatly. Even if it's a full-scale destructive chaos corruption, and it's not done at full force to reduce the power of the concept-level destruction, it's still not something that can be easily neutralized. If you're still under the influence of the chaos tide and officially step into the first heaven, the speed at which you continue to break through will abruptly drop to an extreme, and the speed at which you advance will be comparable to stagnation. After all, it was the fatal influence of the conceptual body of chaos, and without this effect, it would be a little less interesting. Then again, the god of destruction burned the entire grand primordial realm with a fire, and the conceptual body of chaos almost wiped out order with an unimaginable scale of chaos erosion. These two groups of people had a clear division of labor, and they knew how to play. Wait a minute, wasn't it the order that was suffering? It was really the origin of chaos that was showing off, and only order was getting beaten up. There are a lot of people coming and going in the void frontline. That's undeniable. Sui Qing turned to look at Feng Ling, but there are other possibilities, such as some special circumstances. Everyone followed her gaze and looked at the white cocoon. After all, the relic of origins was everywhere in the void, and there might really be someone who was lucky enough to come across it. And then everything would be logical. What? It can't be that coincidental, right? Hui rolled his eyes and said, Didn't they say that it was either entrusted to a high-level life form of order or to a relic of the origin system? Based on the worldview of the origin, heavenly god, and the others, a cricket cough, 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 cough. A person who has just entered the Yuanshi realm is not a particularly high-level existence. That's true. Her Eminence's demands aren't as high as you think, and even if they are, you're still just a child to them. Let's put that aside for now. There might be another possibility. Sui Qing's starry blue eyes flickered for a moment before her eyelids drooped, blocking half of the light in her eyes. Her voice was very weak as she mumbled, A door that's pried open will always become fragile. Oh. After all, a group of people had already pried open the door, barged in, and looted everything, leaving behind a mess. Then they did not close the door or destroy the evidence and just left, leaving the destroyed place floating around in the void. They were a group of traitors who were at the root of their natures. Seeing that Lord Hui and the others were lost in thought, Ning Fei waited for a while, waiting for them to sort things out a little before continuing. In short, these three groups of people are fighting each other in the void, making it a mess. At present, it seems that they have no intention to mediate, nor do they have any intention of stopping. 2 against 1, 3 against 3, it's endless. That's the situation in this region of the void. As for other aspects, well, it's hard to say if there's anything worth paying attention to. Although the intelligence mentioned some places, I don't think there's anything worth paying attention to. Ning Fei waved his hand and sighed. I have an idea. Hui suddenly showed a mysterious smile and asked Ning Fei, "Where is the third heaven of Yuan Shugai?" Ning Fei quickly threw a bunch of void coordinates over. The coordinates are like this, but it has been a while since the last update. It has been about 30 days since I went to check on the situation there. Recently, I have been busy with the void sealing circle. But Lord Hui, why did you notice that guy's place? Did you find out something? Hui grinned mysteriously and raised his hand to point at the white cocoon. We don't need to know anything. We just need to find a place that is most likely to be tangled with the origin of chaos and go there. Everyone was enlightened. Hui was using the observer's void first force to do things. It was reasonable and convincing, but he was afraid that the guardian who came up with this idea would be beaten up. See, you stopped fiddling with Qing Huang's long hair. Then why not go to that beginning or realm? The survivors of the previous era should be more closely related to the heavenly god of origin. Huey's hand was still pointing at Maple. His expression was stiff, because if that guy knows that they have attacked the Void frontline, he may destroy the entire Void region. It's risky, we have to be careful. There is a 50% chance that we can't afford to risk it. If Maple knows that they have attacked the realm of the gods, he may not be so irritable. But if he knows that they have rushed to the Void frontline 5 eras ago, it will be a big deal. The place that contains Maple's endless obsession and endless effort, the last fortress used to resist and rewrite that shattered dream. If he knows that that place is targeted, just like what I said just now, phew, this is not something that he will be indifferent to. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Void frontline rots from the inside, whether it is 10% or 90%, he will destroy it completely. He will only use the last of his strength to resist that certain ending. If it was in the past, it would be like the first generation of the Void frontline had become rotten to the core and had become impure. He left as he wished, leaving me there to try and hold on for a while. But in the end, I felt that I could not stand it anymore and ran away. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was quite a reasonable explanation, but it was a little dangerous. Anyway, that's the situation. Let's not go to that unlucky survivor. But as far as I am concerned, the drama between these 3 groups of people should not be missed. If I don't bleed the void of order this time, my name is not Hui. See, you could not help but mutter, "Lord Hui." I remember you said it once when Little Star was chaotic. I heard it from the image. In the end, the name is still the same. This TSK, I can't find a good name. Chapter 1963. After everyone discussed some of the details of the next operation, I Ching took the order and left. This time, they brought 1,000 people from the front line of the Void. The warriors of order were well prepared and did not need to squeeze in one place. They planned to split into 3 groups to find out what the hell the 3 parties were fighting about. If it was not a matter of life and death that could not be mediated, then the first thing to do was to mediate the matter in the upper plane. If it could not be mediated, then they would fight until they stopped. They fought desperately in the front line of the Void for 5 eras, forcing themselves to become idiots and lunatics. They chose to give up a part of themselves, like Lord Maple. Perhaps their state of mind was torn, their mentality changed, their purpose changed, or perhaps they lost their personality like Lord Maple. They sacrificed almost everything. In the future, in the upcoming battle, they would have to give up everything again. They did not do it for the sake of righteousness, nor did they force anyone to do it. Resistance was just a necessity. They wanted to live and protect those who wanted to live. They did not do it to protect those who were stirring up trouble in the backyard. Little Green has also become fierce. Hui watched as Little Chinzi and the others left. He put one hand on his waist and sighed softly. I still remember when that child was in the realm of the gods, he would often respond to everyone with a pure smile from the bottom of his heart. He was fair and clean, just like a child who never grew up. It was also because of this that when little Chinzi first joined us, he was always taken care of or bullied. I hope there won't be any trouble. I'm not worried about Little Green and the others or how many people we have to kill. The upper plane. It's time to forcibly stop the chaos in the void of order. If there are fewer troublemakers, then so be it. This world will be much more peaceful with less troublemakers. After all, time is running out. I don't want to see Maple cleansing the entire void of order in a rage. At least, he doesn't intend to do so now. There's no need to force both sides to the worst ending. Someone lightly patted her wings, and the little angel unfurled her tightly folded wings. She and little Xing Xing both turned around and saw that it was Blue Phoenix and the others. Yun Nuoxing's entire body was still stiff. Have you finished your discussion? Where to? How to go? Where to go? Where to go? What to do? Hui put his hands on his waist. I don't know, Yun Nuoxing. There's no need to be so nervous. Even if you stretch yourself like a bamboo pole, you won't be able to change the fact that we only have a general destination and don't have a definite destination. Hui snapped his fingers and pointed forward. He raised his chin at Shuang Shuang. Shuang Shuang nodded and ran over to hug Little Star. Yun Nuoxing felt a chill on her body. Just as she was about to ask what they were going to do, she saw a teleportation magic circle of about 10 feet in size appear under her feet with the breath of the void. Hui held the golden light in his hands and shouted, "Everyone stand firm!" This was a short distance, blurry void teleportation, and it was up to the void to decide where to go. If we don't stand firm, we'll be thrown to the ends of the earth and have to be picked up one by one. I'll omit the following 50 words. Anyway, we're driving, and the road is bumpy. Don't speak, or you'll bite your tongue. Everyone, huh? Yun Nuoxing was shocked. You silly! Before she could finish her sentence, the magic circle flashed, and the group of 10 disappeared in front of the Temple of Origin. Because it was a short-distance teleportation, it ended very quickly. With the sound of pants, they successfully completed the blurry void teleportation. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Yun Nuoxing suddenly stretched out her hand. Oh, that was the action she had to do before teleportation, but Hui was too fast. Aren't you courting death by dragging me to gamble with the void? She finished the second half of her sentence. Hui gave her a thumbs up and showed his signature shiny smile. This is the effect I wanted. Don't worry, you won't die. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Shuang Shuang gently let go of him and stuck her tongue out at him. Only now did he understand that this girl was supposed to hold him down so that he wouldn't move. The group looked around. They landed in a place full of vitality, and the earth and sky extended as far as the eye could see. It seemed that they were lucky not to be thrown to some strange place. According to a rough glance, they had landed on a planet with life. At this moment, they were standing in a plain area with no people. The weeds were only as high as their ankles and stretched as far as the eye could see. It was uneven and bumpy, as if it had been beaten by something. The mountains that were arranged in all directions were obviously a little abnormal, and their shapes were strange. There was a mountain that was thousands of feet high, and 80% of the left half of the mountain was in the shape of an arc. At the foot of the mountain was a basin, and at the top was an arc-shaped spire. It looked like half of the mountain had been hollowed out by a spear. It's so quiet. Siyu trotted 2 laps around the area, then came back to Blue Phoenix and whispered, I haven't felt such a quiet atmosphere in a long time. Blue Phoenix whispered in her ear, Theoretically, the place we came to shouldn't be particularly quiet. The scene in front of us doesn't look like it could be created in a calm atmosphere. Indeed, the bumpy plain, the rugged country road buried in the plain, and the strangely shaped missing arms and legs, mountains on both sides, looked like they had been beaten up by something to create such a tragic scene. Since weeds could still grow here, it seemed that some time had passed since the explosion. There are various shielding effects in this place. Hui pressed his head and scanned many places. In the end, he frowned. The degree of defense is nothing to us, but judging from the degree of defense and the degree of defense that has no blind spots, it can be considered to be heavily defended. Should I say that it's worthy of being in a battle zone? We can casually destroy it, but it will probably attract attention. For the time being, let's walk around here and take a look. We walked over and patted Maple's shoulder. So, Maple, walk in front. Yin nuashing. Why? Use your talent properly. Yin nuashing. He glared at Hui faintly and sighed. With a gloomy and helpless expression, he walked onto the small path and led everyone forward. When Siyu said it was quiet, she didn't mean that the surrounding environment was very quiet. For them, who had long been used to activating their senses to deal with a lot of things, this kind of silence referred to the silence from the void all the way to the real world. There wasn't even much movement of energy surging. Everything within a certain range was in a state of calm, even a little too calm. This place should be a war zone. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so quiet. However, there was a small city not far ahead, and there were traces of human activity. They should be able to understand something if they went there. What? War zone? This place was indeed a war zone, but it has been more than 2 years since we occupied and reorganized this area in the void. Why would this place still be a war zone? The guard at the city gate looked at the large group of people in front of him who were dressed abnormally and had an abnormal temperament. He frowned and said, "Now, this place is still in the process of being restored. It is only used as a node to rush to the front of the war zone." "Oh, I understand. Looking at your clothes and your appearance, you are all from a large family preparing to go to the front of the war zone, right? You are a little nervous about going to the war zone for the first time and didn't find the right direction, right?" "Understood, understood." After the guard finished imagining it, he put his spear on the ground, and a burst of energy burst out from the ground, crossing the small city in front of them and sweeping into the distance. "Go forward in this direction, and you will see the void portal to the front of the war zone. You will reach it after crossing 3 or 4 places. Recently, there have been many people going to the front of the war zone from the rear like you, but there are fewer people taking this path. A year ago, there was a new node next to this node, and that path is easier to travel. That is also why there are not many people coming from this place. All right, children, go in and rest for a while before moving out." Everyone was speechless. They felt like they had a lot to say, but they did not know where to start. In any case, this group of void of order annihilation grade weapons successfully entered the city. It was so smooth that even they themselves felt suspicious. "Actually, it is normal. I have a rough idea of where we are." Ge Zhongming looked at the houses on both sides of the road that were not very big or exquisite. "These 3 parties have a similar type of sealing method to us in the void sealing circle. Unrelated people can't break into other people's territory. If they want to leave, they can only leave from a place close to the war zone, through a few nodes that can be counted on one hand. Of course, the enemy's people can't enter. Even if they can sneak in, they won't be able to do much." Siyu heard and nodded. "So naturally we are treated as one of them. They probably think that we won't cause any trouble. After all, our disguise is too good." We turned his head to look at the guard just now. That was a mid-level origin. Even if the enemy could send someone to sneak in, it would probably be impossible for them to surpass the heavenly god realm. Moreover, some of the more important places would definitely be heavily guarded. Although it was useless to them, they had openly entered through the back door. This level of void sealing was useless against them. After getting the direction, Yin Nuashing froze on the spot. He pinched his face with his right hand and hesitated for a while. Seeing him like this, everyone guessed that he was trying to force himself to calm down. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The place they were going to next was a real war zone. It was possible that they would see the entire void exploding with energy fireworks when they went out. It was also possible that there would be a temporary truce and nothing would happen. But in short, that place wasn't a good place for him. No, it should be said that the things that happened there might be exciting for him. Phew. All right, let's continue. After calming down for 5 minutes, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He showed a forced expression to everyone. It's really hard to hold it in. Sure, Xiao suddenly said. Do you need us to go and take a look? Yun Nuashing gave her a bitter smile and shook his head. I can hold it in. Well, I should be able to hold it in. He then tugged at the little angel and said, If I can't hold it in, you hold it in for me. Well, I should be able to get used to it after a while. He covered his face and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Feng was trying to use his nonchalant attitude to suppress his emotions. He was indeed forcing himself to calm down, now that they had found the exact destination, and a certain observer had adjusted his attitude. They did not dawdle and flew towards the direction the guard had pointed them in. Finally, they saw the void portal on a wide plain that led to another place. Isn't this just a void rift? Huey's face twitched as he looked at the dark, vertical rift that was 1,000 feet tall. It was just a void rift, using the power of laws and massive energy to create chains to lock it in place so that it would not dissipate. Then, using many restrictions to prevent the void and the real world from interfering with each other. Even the crudest of void portals had forcibly opened a crack that should have been quickly mended. It was like having a scar on one's hand that was not allowed to heal, but had to stop the bleeding out of conscience. That was more or less the same. Either way, it was not a good solution. After all, you're in charge of order. Ahem, you're in charge of dozens or even hundreds of void regions in the upper plane. You don't have to be so shabby, do you? Is it that hard to make a proper void portal? Hui could not help but complain. He began to talk about stability, accuracy, and a lot of other things and found fault with it. Yun Nuashing listened and nodded. They were going to borrow this thing later, for fear of an accident, and it would be thrown into some corner. If it was not for someone watching over it, he would have pressed the void crack and used his own portal to read the void coordinates. It was also a small square with many portals. There were not many people here, and they all came and went in a hurry. They noticed that a small number of people were coming out of the portals with wounds all over their bodies, as if they had just retreated from the front lines after a battle. They only looked at them for a while, and entered the void rift before more people started to notice and discuss them. Using such a crude method to jump through the void was a novel experience, one that they had not experienced for many years. They jumped through the void 3 times, each time using a star in a world's light cluster as a node. The closer they got to the war zone, the more dilapidated the place they saw. Along the way, it was as if they saw the traces of life in the world fading away bit by bit, the plains turning into wastelands. Everything seemed to have yet to recover from the aftermath of the war. It's just been a short while, and now we're back to this chaotic atmosphere. So you could not help but mutter. The closer they got to the war zone, the more people came and went. This was probably a hub of sorts, with portals connecting to various places. Who knew how many people had already filled this area with portals? There were people flying in the sky and running on the ground. She was not depressed because there were so many people, but because she could sense that the void was already in a state of restlessness. Either there was a powerful explosion of energy nearby that affected this place, or this place was not calm in the first place. Most of the people coming and going are at reciprocity, 80% of them at reciprocity, 20% of them at God. That's strange. Why are gods here? I don't see any primeval cultivators. Are they all at the front lines? Speaking of reciprocity, it really is a very distant realm. I feel like so much time has passed just talking about it. I don't even remember what reciprocity is like anymore. Hui sighed as he held the back of his head. Afterwards, he saw Feng shoot him a death stare. He immediately put down his hands and stood up straight. He was covered in cold sweat, and he dared not to say anything. Yun Nuashing glanced at a certain person and sighed with her head lowered. I'm just a weak reciprocity cultivator anyway. No. You're our strongest combatant. Don't judge yourself by your mere cultivation level. Yun Nuashing sighed. I'm just a puny reciprocity cultivator anyway. Everyone laughed dryly inside. Shuang Shuang and Qing Huang pulled him toward the spatial crack in a hurry, and the group of them squeezed through it and left the region. After the last void jump, they arrived at their destination. A majestic aura greeted them, causing them to subconsciously forget about what had just happened. They turned their gazes away. They were outside a majestic city. The endless light from the starry sky condensed into beams and landed in the city. It was as if the sunlight had penetrated through the clouds and shone on the city. They were still in outer space in the real world. They could see the twinkling stars in the sky when they raised their heads. Countless specks of starlight could be seen, and the residual energy in the world was rather hurried, as if a battle had just ended. However, they could not see any traces left behind by a battle. After the battle, the landscape of the world had not changed at all. Not even a pebble had been smashed, and the roads did not need to be repaired. This place was not in outer space. Battles in outer space did not leave behind any traces, because all the traces had been devoured by outer space. However, this place was in the real world. It was normal for a large-scale battle between reciprocity cultivators to tear apart outer space and the neighboring worlds. After all, they were the most common demolition crew in the void of order. Why would they come here and take a look? Oh my God! Billions of stars twinkled in outer space, and the large city before them was filled with people, standing shoulder to shoulder. They could even hear the shouts of merchants from a little further away. Only the residual energy told them clearly that this place was indeed a battlefield. Even if it was not a battlefield, it was close to the edge of the battlefield. If there were no traces at all, they would definitely have mistaken this place for a holiday resort. This place was located in the starry sky of the world of light. The large city floated in the starry sky without any support. There was no sun or other planets in the surroundings. It was all alone, accompanied by the stars. Many large buildings of unknown use floated in all directions, making this place look rather strict. However, when they saw people coming and going, they really did not feel that strict feeling. This is the edge of the war zone. It seems like the territory has not changed in the past 30 days. Ning Fei looked around and identified for a while before continuing. If we go any further, we will reach the battlefield of the war zone. However, this world of light has already been guarded by many people. There are eyes in outer space constantly scanning, monitoring the movements in this world. Well, this is only a third of the territory. They are basically monitoring the situation of the other two families. Why is the battlefield in outer space and not in outer space? Hui scratched his head. This was really a confusing situation. Although there was not much difference between fighting in outer space and fighting in outer space. But he just did not understand. Yun Nuashing looked at him and replied, "In the origin realm, it is normal to fight in the world of order, in the world of light. The battlefield between order and chaos is outside the rules. If it is not necessary, they will not be bound to fight in a world. There is nothing unexpected. We have been fighting in outer space since a long time ago when we were in the origin realm. At that time, we did not treat outer space as a battlefield. Have you forgotten? Or this seems to be the case." Hui laughed dryly and scratched his head even faster. It seemed that they had been slapping each other too much in the void and the underworld. Their worldview had collapsed into pieces. Now, if they were to return to the starry sky and fight, they might not even know how to fight. If they were to fight, they might tear the entire starry sky into pieces. If we go any further, it will be very difficult to enter the real war zone. That place is heavily guarded. I heard that there are many detection methods. There are detection methods for the soul, spirit, and consciousness. Once it is determined that there is an abnormal person, they will directly attack and warn the real warriors in the war zone. Ning Fei pointed at a place in outer space and said, "The limit of our activity is basically here. If it is not basically, then we will talk about it again." Everyone thought, for example, we can use the back door, the loopholes, or the netherworld ruins sword to destroy the barriers, whatever. It does not matter. They can do whatever they want. As for why there are so many gods and reciprocity cultivators here, the reason is actually very simple. It is because the level of the battle is different. Gu Zhongming helped to explain the situation. The top of the three families do indeed have primeval cultivators, but it is rare for them to fight to the death as soon as they see each other. Under most circumstances, these peak forces are not mobilized. After all, the power of primeval cultivators has been mobilized. If they really fight, they will risk their lives to tear the enemy or themselves to shreds. As a result, most of the battles are handed over to people of other cultivation levels. Reciprocity cultivators make up the majority, especially the higher levels. Some of the more important battles are basically gathered together by the elites of the three families. As for the other cultivation levels, they deal with the smaller battles, but it is also related to the territory in outer space. Also, other than the members of the three families, there are countless lives in outer space that have joined the battle. After all, one's own world can be swept into the territory of others if one is careless. It is not something that is completely unimportant. Something like that. The ratio of idle personnel and non-staff personnel participating in the battle is much higher than the participation of the warriors of the three families. Yun Nuashing remained silent for a while before saying coldly, "Treating the battle as a game? Just what kind of mentality do they have? Phew, just what are they planning to do? If it's just a game, can't they find a different direction?" Well, his words couldn't be considered wrong. After all, to these guys who had put their lives on the line for the spiritual temple, ready to charge and break through enemy lines at any time, and to these guys who had experienced endless battles, this kind of timid and fearful battle felt a bit like a game. They didn't understand. They really didn't understand. It didn't look like a battle to the death. So wouldn't it be better to fight in other directions? Why did they have to use war to resolve it? If they really wanted to fight, they could have saved up their strength for another epoch or two. That would be a battle that would truly decide their lives. And it was like stealing territory. He could not understand it at all. Creating a world of light at reciprocity was like child's play, and space itself was endless. Could he not just create a circle as his territory and make mud as his territory? I don't know. We don't know the reason behind this either. Ning Fei let out a sigh. We can only assume that the three sides had some conflicts at the top, but did not dare to gamble the lives of all the people following them in a decisive battle. They could only fight slowly, dilly-dallying to accumulate strength until they could overwhelm the other side before attacking in one fell swoop. Another idea. Perhaps this place has some value in fighting? Speaking of which, I seem to remember this place. Come here, there are fewer people. Gu Zhongming touched a crystal ball and led everyone to a place with fewer people before he started to look for information. Yes, this battlefield has existed since the beginning of the war. Even if the three sides fought each other and the territory changed horizontally or vertically, it would not affect this place. This is probably the center of the battlefield. After saying that, he scratched his head. In short, let's go and collect some information first. This time we will look carefully. Maybe we can find something special. After watching the two leave, Yun Nuashing turned to look at Shuangshuan. Do you feel anything? The direction is starting to blur. When we came out 3 minutes ago, it was clearly pointing forward. Now, Shuang turned to the other side, and after a while, she lowered her head and muttered, "The position has changed. It's so strange. I feel like there's still some distance, but I can't pinpoint the direction at all." What a headache! Yun Nuashing pulled at his hair and sighed. I don't feel anything wrong with the space around here. Whether it's the origin energy or the annihilation energy, there's no movement. He took out the Nethervoid sword and looked at the real battlefield of the three sides. He sighed, "Why don't we just—" The group rushed up, hugged, grabbed, disarmed, and covered his eyes. In the end, they locked his hands and pressed him against the wall, making him look like a criminal who was about to be sent to prison. Everyone was so excited that they almost jumped up. "Calm down!" Yun Nuashing grimaced and became even more excited. "You guys are the ones who should calm down. Chapter 1964. Concealing, burying, there must be something here, but they could not directly discover the existence of this thing. They could only rely on the actions of the thing surrounding this place to make a judgment. That was the conclusion they got. There must be something here that attracted countless high-level life forms to this place like moths to a flame. If they did not think this way, they would not know why those lone wolves would cross half the void to this battlefield. They were not part of the staff, nor did they know each other or had any relationship with each other. So what was there to talk about? The only thing that could make a large group of lone wolves concerned about this place was the topic of benefits. Although there was a reason of, I just happened to be in the territory, so I can't ignore it even if I don't want to, but it was just a very weak reason. Many of these reasons could be found, and only a very small number of life forms would use this as a decisive reason. After all, not everyone cared about what their world had become. There must be other more important reasons that made this place become a whirlpool that constantly dragged people in. As for what the benefits are, I heard the guard mention something about training. That can be considered as one of the reasons. Those who stay at home and train until they can't train anymore, the number of people who go out looking for a fight can be as high as the sea. The existence of such a huge battlefield is naturally the best choice for them. Not only can they gain battle experience, but they can also obtain something useful for themselves. Isn't that perfect? Forget about the void front lines. That place is a hellish level of difficulty. The moment you step into it, you will lose your life. Newcomers won't be able to come up with such an attitude. This is also the reason why not many people come to the void front lines, even though the name of the void front lines has already shaken the void of order. The remaining life forms of order would probably stay as far away from that place as possible. I'm getting off topic. As for the main point, I can't find it at all. That was what Ning Fei and the others said when they came back. Yun Nuashing and the others were all stunned. Go Zhongming smiled bitterly as he took out a crystal ball. The people who came here have no unexpected thoughts. They are all here for experience and experience. As for the reward system that can be used as military merit, well, there's one. After all, the 3 families have Yuanshi. As far as I know, the Yuanshi realm is the most attractive to high-level life forms below that level. Other things, whether it is a higher-level environment or something else, are all a step behind. So they are using the method of entering the Yuanshi realm as bait? Hui muttered as he pinched his chin. He turned to look at Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing. Is it possible that there is a way to break through other than divinity carriers? For this era, the probability is very small, but we can't rule out the possibility of it. Xiao Xiao looked around, her gray eyes surging with purple gold as she stared blankly at the great city. Moreover, among the current pinnacle of origin, there are very few who have mastered the method of divinity carriers, she said softly. There are also 2 types of divinity carriers. One is condensed by oneself, and the other. Yun Nuashing raised her right hand and pinched it. Let others condense it for you. How about it? It's a good reward, isn't it? You don't have to worry about the method being leaked. Hui slapped his forehead. Indeed, I had forgotten that divinity carriers could help others condense it, and I'm afraid it has something to do with our family. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. After we left, we sealed off the realm of the gods. Although we left a designated passageway to enter and exit the realm of the gods, it will be a lot more troublesome. Moreover, it will weaken the existence of the realm of the gods. It will make it less likely for others to discover it. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. The original intention was to prevent them from returning to the celestial realm only to see a scorched earth when they returned after the war, or to suddenly hear that their backyard was on fire in the middle of the war. In short, it would not be fun. So the celestial realm was sealed, leaving a passage open for those who were sincere and did not intend to cause trouble to find it. In fact, the method was in Divine Shadow City. Apart from that passageway, the only way to enter and exit the Divine Realm was to establish a 2-way void portal with the Divine Realm. Of course, The divine realm's own people could enter and leave as they pleased. It was also because the divine realm was hidden that they couldn't go there to learn the scriptures and could only change their target and come here. It was normal, after all. No one wanted to stop moving forward. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other helplessly and sighed. They really didn't want to block the passageway, but they didn't have a better way to prevent the divine realm, which had lost its top fighting force, from being crippled by outsiders. Leaving a few passageways wasn't completely blocked, was it? As long as one was really interested, they would definitely be able to find those passageways. In fact, if they stayed in Divine Shadow City for a long time, there would be people who would invite them to go to the Divine Realm. They were all from the Divine Realm, working part-time in Divine Shadow City. A fire in one's backyard was a very troublesome thing, and it was best to suppress it. That was why they had suppressed the Divine Realm. Although it wasn't entirely because of this incident. When the timeline of the 5 eras resonated, the situation of countless people trampling on the celestial realm didn't occur at all. The only time that could be considered as a large-scale crowd was when Min and the others brought people over. However, the number of people gathered at that time was far less than the number gathered at the 3 battlefields. Forget it. Let's not think about it. There were all kinds of reasons, anyway. There were 2 or 3 conditions, 4 or 5 reasons, 6 or 7 results. There was nothing wrong with it. In short, there were a lot of people gathered in the 3-way battlefield. A large group of people gathered here from all over the void with their own purposes. This was the result now. There must be a reason, but whether or not they could find it was uncertain. I have an idea. Ning Fei raised his hand to attract everyone's attention. As I said earlier, most of the people in the 3-way battlefield are loose agents who have joined the various parties. Their own people are mixed in the battlefield. They are either in charge of one side of the battlefield or acting as a supervisor. Some of them are confronting and restraining the higher-ups or playing other roles. Oh, the latter part is superfluous. The first part is more important. Yun Nuashing asked, "You want us to go inside as loose agents to find clues?" Well, all 3 sides are actually recruiting people to fight. If you want to go in, there are many ways. But once you go in, you'll have to fight. Seeing Ning Fei nodding, everyone was silent for a moment. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly in their hearts. Their participation in the battle would directly destroy the balance. If they were to throw out a torrent of energy, who knows which side would die more? I think that if I use infinite chaos, the battle will be over. Yun Nuashing said honestly. If you use infinite chaos, nothing will be left on the battlefield. No, nothing will be left in this starry sky. Hui rolled his eyes. It's a skill used in void and order battles. If you throw it into the starry sky, it's terrible. Not many people in our family can withstand the power of your 3 styles of nothingness. Do you know how many people in that tower have been crushed to death by your origin, chaos? I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not the one who did it. It's my phantom. If you want to look for trouble, look for it. Don't look for me. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. If I want to fight my way in, I might as well go straight to the higher-ups of the 3 families and smash them down with a brick. Then I'll tie them up and hold them in the source of nothingness. Then I'll hold the Netherworld sword in their faces and ask them if they'll submit or... Ugh. Before he could finish, Blue Phoenix and Shuang covered his mouth and dragged him to the side. Hui wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was just talking and he was already accumulating energy. What a flammable and explosive person. After all, he had accumulated a bellyful of resentment towards the Order of the Void. It was understandable. His actions were restrained, but his mentality was not something that could be restrained. It was just like how one could not stop a person from scolding another person in his heart. It's a good idea. We don't have any general direction now. Let's do it. Hui snapped his fingers and decided on the next action plan. We'll go into the battlefield of others and fish in troubled waters for a while. While we're at it, we'll let Little Greenie continue to collect external information. They've also sent people here, so we don't have to worry too much. By the way, what do we do after joining? Do we have to fight until the end of the battle? Ning Fei waved his hand. No, it's not that strict. Everyone knows very well what they're here for. As long as they don't become deserters on the battlefield, there aren't too many restrictions. Many people leave after obtaining enough benefits. It's said that if you continue to fight on the battlefield and accumulate enough military merit, you can officially become a member. In the future, you can even lead your own team. Speaking of this, we thought of the injured and embarrassed people who retreated from the portal when they were jumping through the void. Those people were probably people who had just left after the battle. Forget about leading the team. We're just going there to gather information. We'll just go there and fight symbolically. Don't go overboard and cause trouble for the other side. Hui, with his arms crossed, was stunned. Everyone was also stunned. They all turned their eyes to a certain someone who was trembling in the corner by Shuang, Blue Phoenix, and the little angel. They sighed helplessly. They were afraid that someone would go overboard. He had not fought for a while. Perhaps he would go overboard in the heat of the moment. Then the storm would gather and the origin. Phew, anyway, let's wait and see. It was actually quite easy to find a way to join the army. This big city at the front line of the war was a platform used to attract warriors from all over the void. Standing here was already considered as stepping into the war zone. It was just that the flames of war generally would not spread here. However, the Yuansha realm would probably attract a lot of attention. It was easy for something to go wrong, and it was inconvenient for them to move around. They needed to put on a little disguise. They would put on 1,000 layers of seals and barely pretend to be at the peak of the origin. The three sides of the battlefield would probably not expect a group of Yuansha gods to sneak in. In fact, this was not a good method because Maple did not need to suppress himself. If they suppressed themselves, they might not be able to rush over to suppress him when he was in the heat of the moment. Let's make a deal. The mission is the most important thing. Even if we want to judge the upper plane, we have to wait until the matter is over. Do you understand? Surely our beloved Lord Observer wouldn't be so unreasonable, right? Hui, with his arms crossed, looked at Maple, who was trapped in the corner. You rushed out for the sake of your sister. You're not going to ruin things for yourself, are you? Yun Nuashing lowered her head and muttered, I know. At the very least, I'll calm down before the matter is over. Really? Hui grimaced in disbelief, looking at Maple's reluctant expression. He knew that it wasn't not too trustworthy. Phew, it would be best for them to put their teams in the same place and try to keep an eye on the largest explosive in the Order Void. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and took out the Nether Void sword. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. Just as they were about to charge forward, he handed the Nether Void sword to Blue Phoenix and said, just in time, if you want to fight, you can use the Nether Void sword. There's no need to give it to me during this time. You can keep it with you. See you, Shuang. The two of you have to use your energy according to the method I taught you before. Think of it as familiarizing yourself with the new attack method. Yes, think of it as using the two of you as practice. Just beating me up in the tower won't be as unpredictable as actual combat. See, you shook her head vigorously. I feel that fighting Little Star's doppelganger in the tower is already too much for us to handle. Everyone present nodded vigorously. Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly. It seemed that they had been beaten up by his doppelganger for the past few days. The Heaven Mystic World was the name of the territory they were currently in. Because they had not collected any detailed information about this territory before, they only learned about it now. The name was not important. They only needed to know if they could fight at the top of the opposite side. Now, it seemed that they could not fight at all. When they fought later, they would have to be careful to avoid accidentally killing a large portion of the opposite side. This profound heaven-sacred city was the platform that the heaven mystic world used to sit at the front of the war zone. Including this sacred city, it seemed that there were 6 or more sacred cities in other parts of the universe. They all had the same nature. Previously, thanks to Ning Fei and the others' information, it was much easier to move around. Soon, they found a way to join the Heaven Mystic World's army. The place we are in only needs to test our realms. It's fine as long as we pass the realm test. The place next door needs to test our strength in battle. Although if we go there, our status in the army will be slightly higher, but Ning Fei turned to look at the group. Everyone was silent. They covered their faces and smiled bitterly. This place was a plaza. The gray bricks of the foundry site were engraved with runes, divine patterns, and some kind of energy imprints that they did not recognize. The energy here contained the energy of the void and space, so this should be a large teleportation plaza. The only thing that could be used for teleportation was a huge teleportation gate in front of them. It was really a gate. They finally saw something that looked like a teleportation gate in the void, and it was not just a crack in the void to tell everyone that this was a gate. The people who had passed the test were gathered in this plaza. There were quite a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of them at a glance. There were still people from the celestial realm to the peak of Origin Realm. Origin Realm accounted for 60% of them, while Celestial Realm accounted for 40%. This difference in realms made Yin Nuashing feel a little uncomfortable. Her fear of insufficient firepower was faintly increasing. They blended into the crowd and collectively stayed in a corner without being disturbed by anyone. They waited here for about half an hour before a figure with a surging aura appeared in front of the 10,000-meter-tall teleportation gate. The moment the mighty and dignified figure appeared, everyone in the plaza turned to look at him. It was a man who was more than 8 feet tall and had a large and sturdy build. He wore a green armor that looked like a huge devil mask. Coupled with his dignified face and the explosive aura he exuded, many people shrunk their necks when they saw him. It was as if they were really facing an Azura devil. Siyu whispered in Little Star's ear, "This armor is so ugly." Yin Nuashing tapped on her head. Indeed, it was not the type that looked good on the outside. This was a rough and ferocious-looking armor, the kind that looked very mighty, although he did not think that wearing this thing would scare the enemy out of their wits. The aura of a beginner yuan-shi. It's a type of warlord, Ning Fei said to everyone through the soul transmission. When the two of them were collecting intelligence, they also had some idea of the strength of the people of different levels in the three-way battlefield. It should be like our beginner commanders. Our beginner commanders are all at the peak of beginner yuan-shi, Hui immediately retorted. It's equivalent. They don't have that many yuan-shi here. Oh, I see. I didn't realize it either. The 8-foot-tall warlord and commander looked at the dense crowd below. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Everyone was speechless. They thought that he was going to say 180 words, and they were all prepared to listen to the oath or something. After stepping through the void portal, the seething presence of bursting energy became even thicker, almost causing them to subconsciously adjust themselves to combat mode. The excessive reaction left them stunned, and they laughed dryly as they suppressed their instinctive movements and sized up the true front line. The place they were teleported to was a huge, floating island. It was obviously man-made. Oh, it should be called an archipelago. Apart from the main body of the island, there were many small islands around it. Endless buildings were lined up on the island, like a mountain range extending horizontally. It looked like a set of buildings were put together thousands of times. A building that looked like a temple was tens of thousands of feet in size, and a group of small buildings behind the temple. They looked like houses, probably a camp or something. This is the so-called three-way battlefield. Hui Shou cupped his hands and looked at the distant starry sky. Other than their side, they could also see the arrays of the other two sides across the distant star field. Although they tried their best to maintain various energy barriers to prevent spies it was not a problem. He carefully looked at the situation of the other two sides. He took a few more glances at the army of the Yuansha realm and couldn't help but say, so neat. It's so neat that I want to take out an energy tower and sweep it. Everyone nodded vigorously. They were too nervous. Seeing such a neat array, they really couldn't help but want to take out an energy tower and blast it. The place where they teleported out was also a square. It was behind the buildings, and there was no extra terrain around. Not long after, a group of people appeared from the teleportation gate next door. It seemed like there were only a few thousand people, close to 10,000 people. Thinking about what Ning Fei had said, these 10,000 people should be the ones left after fighting along the way. They were much less than the number of people here. The warlords and commanders of the two sides looked at each other and seemed to be communicating with their eyes. After a while, they nodded. The warlord on their side, who was more than 8 feet tall, suddenly shouted loudly, "First of all, welcome to the battlefield on behalf of the Heaven Mystic World. I know why you are here, and I also know that you are the so-called geniuses of your own world. You are arrogant and unruly. But here, this is a battlefield. You are just rookies who have just set foot on the battlefield. You are just people who do whatever you want. I advise you to give up and return to your own world. Since you have already set foot on the battlefield, you still have to obey the corresponding orders. Meaningless fighting is not allowed in the camp. If there are people who disturb the morale of the troops and act recklessly, the best outcome is to be expelled from the Heaven Mystic World. You don't want to know the rest. If you don't want to obey orders, it is very simple. Come forward. If you defeat us, you might even be able to obtain an official position." The hundreds of thousands of people who heard the deafening shouts all grimaced. They all knew that the warlords were people of the primeval realm. Asking them to go up and fight was the same as seeking death. Those who could defeat the warlords were definitely people of the primeval realm. If a person of the primeval realm joined, he could directly become a member of the Heaven Mystic World and take charge of an army. People with this ability would not need to stand below the stage. Now, according to the number you received when you joined the team, head to the newly built camp. Your respective leaders are waiting for you there. Dismissed. Rookies, I hope to see your lively figures on the battlefield. Seeing the two primeval realm people disappear, Hui dug his ears and could not help but say, so casual, "Is that it? There's so many things to do on our side. The battlefield of the war of order and chaos is not this kind of battlefield." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. The psychological awareness that needs to be done is different. The rookies who join the Void frontline must first shatter their worldview completely. Shatter it completely and then forcibly instill experience and a new worldview into the rookies' minds. They must be told that standing in the realm of order is either life or death. There are also various new things in the realm of order that they need to familiarize themselves with. It's different. Look at this place. Look, there is no energy realm that is similar to the realm of order. There is also nothing else. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Forget it. I won't complain anymore. I suspect that if we throw an energy pagoda over there, just one, and then let him use it, we will be able to sweep the 3 sides of the battlefield. Everyone agreed. They felt as if they had retreated from a life-and-death battlefield and returned to the backyard to watch children fight. What happened to the primeval realm taking the lead? It shouldn't be that bad. It shouldn't be that hard to get some energy creation, right? Hui scratched his head. Could it be that they have placed it in their own team? Yun Nuashing was startled. She thought about it and agreed. Oh, that's true. After all, we are rookies and we are just here to make up the numbers. If they don't trust us enough, they will definitely not let us use those things. No. That kind of domain-type energy creation is not something that can be easily pried away. If they didn't arrange it, they probably don't have it, probably. The group discussed casually as they followed the people they had met once or twice before into the new camp. Above the camp, there were 2 huge numbers marked with energy. From the number to the number, there was a total of 10,000 people. It seemed like the corresponding leader of a camp was leading 10,000 people into battle. Yun Nuashing was not very concerned about this. Along the way, when she was discussing this place with the others, she also confirmed with Shuang to see if there were any new senses in this new place. Unfortunately, even when they officially set foot in this place, the situation still did not change. Shuang's senses were still vague. She randomly changed the direction she pointed to, which confused the group. Siyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that the thing that Shuang is looking for is actually moving rapidly around her like a comet, so its position is constantly changing? Everyone, your train of thought might be out of control, like a comet. When they stopped in the camp, they saw that the team had been divided according to the number of people. 10,000 people were divided into one team of 100 people. They were a little confused when they saw this, and the words "so troublesome" appeared in their minds. The 10 of them were divided into the same team, which made Hui feel a lot more at ease. He saw that everyone except Feng let out a small sigh of relief. Obviously, they all had the same idea. Randomly finding a few places to stay, they followed the instructions and walked towards the training ground of the 100-people camp. The training ground of this camp was a flat field made of some kind of crystal that contained gray energy. It was about 100 feet long and wide. In the center, there was a huge circular area depicting the emblem of the profound sky world. Other than that, the buildings that should have been there did not seem to have been built. It was probably for convenience. In any case, there was no need to build these. At this time, a group of people had already gathered in the circular area of the training ground. There were about 100 people. They did not line up in any formation and just stood there directly. It looked a little sloppy and unrestrained. However, the field was very quiet. When the group of people appeared, they all turned their gazes over. Seeing this, they were startled. They thought that they had dawdled on the road for a while, which caused everyone to gather except for them. Thus, they hurriedly quickened their pace and went over. "Newcomers, you're too slow." Yun Nuashing and the others who had just gone over all scratched their heads and grimaced. They were so embarrassed that they wanted to use their toes to dig out a field of order. Hui hurriedly smiled and went forward to smooth things over. Sorry. It took a little time to familiarize myself with the situation here." The person who had just spoken walked out from the front. It was a young man with a long ponytail. His face was as calm as water, and his eyes were lifeless. In addition, there was a faintly discernible aura around him that seemed to be telling a story. He was wearing the same ghost-like armor as the 2 primeval realm experts they had just seen. However, the degree of delicacy and some unknown patterns were not as good as the 2 primeval realm warlords. He was probably wearing the armor used by captains. He cupped his hands in salute and looked around. Are we the last to arrive? I don't see any other newcomers. You are the only newcomers who came in. The others are all veterans who have experienced battles." The young man's calm words resolved the doubts in their hearts. His eyes swept across the group of people and suddenly said, "There is a special team for women here. If you wish, you can be transferred over. Don't worry. We come from the same place. We are more used to cooperating with each other in battle." Hui smiled and added in his heart, "Anyway, I'm here to fish in troubled waters to investigate something." 7 women came in a group of 10. I'm suddenly a little worried about our team's combat power. Lower your voice. Don't you know that the more beautiful a woman is, the more ruthless she is? Look at these 7. With their temperament and looks, it must be very painful when they beat people up. Oh, that's true, but I don't know how long they can last. The previous batch of newcomers seemed to have run away after a few battles. When the whispers drifted over, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Everyone looked indifferent on the surface, but Siyu and the others could not help but laugh out loud in the soul transmission. This girl even pinched his waist with her fingers. It was very difficult for him to hold it in. Now he could not jump up. "Be quiet. You are free now." Why don't you think about how to fight more effectively on the battlefield? The young man scolded softly and turned to look at Yun Nuashing and the others. He said calmly, "In that case, you will be settled here. Welcome to my team. My name is Shu Qing. Before the official battle begins, you need to familiarize yourself with the 3 battlefields, whether it is our fighting style or theirs. Don't be impatient. This is a battlefield that is completely different from the battles you have experienced in the past." Yun Nuashing and the others all agreed. They had just retreated from the battlefield of order and chaos. It was probably difficult to calculate how much strength they needed to use. So, they should pray first. They hoped that the people on the 3 battlefields would be fine. Chapter 1965. To be honest, when they mentioned this, they were actually a little expectant. They wanted to see if they had come up with anything new after leaving the Order Void. If they could use it as a reference and gain some inspiration, the Order creations that they created in the future might come in handy. The enhanced combat method that the Heaven Mystic World used for multi-person battles seemed to be some kind of array. It was a type of array that arranged the troops into a battle formation. However, it was not the widely known type of array where the troops would charge forward in a formation. It seemed to be based on a certain position in the array and then combined with something, to obtain some kind of enhancement. To gather power and attack together, something like that. It was said that it could gather the power of hundreds of thousands of people for an attack. It sounds a bit like a wide area enhancement array. When combined with each other, it can also gather energy to launch a powerful energy attack. Yun Nuashing replied through the soul transmission. But the position and whatnot, this restriction seems to be a bit excessive. It might not be the ordinary array that I thought it was. We whispered. I thought it was a phalanx or something like that. It should also be derived from this type of array, but it's definitely not the same. If a battle of our level really follows this kind of ordinary array formation, thousands of people and tens of thousands of people are squeezed together. Look at such a large group of people gathered together. When I send a torrent of energy over Blue Phoenix, total annihilation. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Well, that's not what I wanted to say, but it's also what I meant. The array formation used for a battle of this level is definitely a combination of energy and personal strength to enhance the strength of a team. Unlike most arrays that rely on formations, this type of array actually uses other aspects of strength to enhance the strength of the team. It can be combined attack or free attack. The enhancement received in these 2 situations is different, but no matter what, it's fine as long as you don't break away from the array. To put it bluntly, it's a watered-down version of the enhancing type domain that we commonly use. I really don't know why we have to stand in the array like a wooden stake. It's not much different from a target, Yun Nuashing muttered. It can't be that they haven't figured out how to make the formation exist without restricting everyone's movements, right? After everyone complained in their hearts for a while, Shu Qing finished explaining the formation to them. He turned around and looked at the group of people who were practicing while looking at the scenery. He said to Fengling and the others, "You guys try it out first. This kind of formation is harder to control with more people. Before you officially join the 100-man level formation, you guys should familiarize yourself with the 10-man level formation. When you're familiar with it, we'll meet up and practice together." Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and shrugged. They had to do it the normal way. Anyway, let's practice it first. They were still a little curious. It was not difficult for them to master this kind of new thing. After they tried this kind of formation for 2 minutes, it was announced that they could do it freely. They could change it however they wanted. We figured it out. After Yun Nuashing figured out the use and specialty of this thing as quickly as possible, he began to talk to everyone. Purely in terms of attack and defense, it's much stronger than ordinary strengthening magic circles of the same level, but it's much weaker than the strengthening field that we use. As for mobility, you can choose to ignore this. This thing either has to stand or move together. If you want to move and attack at the same time, you have to maintain the same degree of movement. Once someone leaves the corresponding position, the power of the magic circle will decrease. Well, it's just a decrease. It's not that it can't be used anymore. However, this magic circle itself doesn't have anything like a heart connection, so it can only rely on the tacit understanding of the team. In other words, it's a fixed turret. Hui spread out his hands. Add a fixed function to it, and fix the energy of everyone who enters the array. It won't change in power because of the departure of the people. It's almost like our kind of strengthening type domain. However, this should be quite difficult to do. This is considered a revision and update. That's right. That's why they have other formations to make up for their other needs. This is a fixed turret. Other formations include formations that are responsible for charging and breaking through enemy lines, as well as formations that specialize in various aspects. When all of them are combined, this is our family's comprehensive strengthening domain. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. She pulled her hair and said, although the order domain that we use has completely replaced the enhancing type domains that we used before, it's actually a comprehensive upgraded version. Moreover, we deliberately added the power of order. After all, we have to deal with chaos. There's a big gap between the two. In short, after understanding this so-called formation, they had a little understanding of the things that the Order Void had been tinkering with over the years. They could more or less figure out the combat power of the Heaven Mystic world. Based on this, they could also estimate the combat power of the Primordial world and the Chanyuan Holy Spirit world. They were much stronger than 5 eras ago. After all, when the Order Void was watching the Celestial world for 5 eras, no one had tinkered with these things yet. Although they could already modify this formation by themselves, well, there was no need to be too eye-catching. There was no need to do these things. As for whether they had gained some inspiration, yes and no. So, do you have it or not? Hui glared at Foam. It's hard to say. We have gained some experience with different parts. As for whether it can be used, I'm not particularly sure. Anyway, let's see. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he suddenly looked at Siyu and smiled faintly. That's good. Siyu, you can use this kind of array formation to practice. You can change it however you want. It's fine as long as it improves. Siyu was still listening to the lesson. Now that she was suddenly called out, she pointed at herself with a dazed expression. Huh. Little Xiao chimed in. In order to create the power of a god, it's very important to practice. It's very important to get used to adjusting, modifying, and upgrading all kinds of creations. Siyu opened her mouth. Her small face immediately surged with some difficulty and distress. Little Star, can you lower the level? I haven't even started practicing yet. I've just started and it's already at this level. You're a mid-level peak primordial heavenly god. Do you want to start from the initial standard? Yun Nuashing shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She patted Siyu's long hair and said, just take it slow. It's not difficult for you. When you go back, you can try it first. If you can't do it, come to me. Then. Okay. After about an hour or two, the young man named Shu Qing slowly walked over. His eyes were still dark and lifeless. It seemed that his hope had been crushed, and only anger and obsession were left. Fengling, Hui, how is your familiarity with the array? Can we start the official practice? Oh, there's no problem here. We're very familiar with it. We can go at any time. Hui clapped his hands and turned around to say to him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shu Qing paused expressionlessly. Yun Nuashing felt that he seemed to want to express something, but couldn't. She just said, in that case, let's try it together. If there's any problem during the practice, feel free to ask. Hey, they said it's already done. Didn't the previous newcomer struggle for at least a day before they went to the field? They came in through the route of the realm test. Can they do it or not? How should I know? Anyway, we have to go to the field to practice. This group of people are at the peak of the source. It doesn't look fake. Maybe they really have their strengths. Hey, newcomers, the formation we're in charge of is only for attacking. You just have to try your best to improve your attack power. When they walked to the middle of the field, a young man, who was also wearing a ghost-faced armor but looked simpler, laughed loudly with a rough voice. "I'm the vice-captain of this team. If you need anything, just call me Monitor. I've already forgotten my real name." We looked at the man, who was about 7 feet tall, and asked curiously, "You've forgotten?" "Yes," Monitor answered and scratched his hairline dangerously. "Part of my memory is vague. It seems that I've been beaten silly. I only remember that there seems to be the word Monitor in my name. So everyone kept calling it. Everyone." Shu Qing waited for them to finish talking. She waved her hand and took out a long halberd. She paused on the ground and made a mighty energy tremor sound that made everyone quiet down. "Set up the formation, according to the previous arrangement. Divide into 2 groups and start practicing. This time, there are newcomers in the formation. The priority is to cooperate with the newcomers in the attack and defense practice." We glanced at Feng in advance and saw that he was ready to practice seriously. His face twitched, and he hurriedly said to Shu Qing, "The few of us—" No, the few of them have very strong attack power. Really very strong. I'll remind you in advance. Although we may not be familiar with the array or something. You must not go easy on them. Otherwise, something may happen." Shu Qing saw that he didn't seem to be joking. She also knew that the peak of the source had their own strengths, so she took it seriously. She turned around and said to the other team led by Monitor, "Increase the power of the attack appropriately." We looked at Feng with a bitter face. "Don't mess around. Really, we have no grievances. We just met. It's not necessary." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. I know. Then she turned her head to look at Yu and Shuang. "Use the method I taught you. Take it as practice in advance." Hui. He felt that something bad was going to happen. Then, the 2 groups that had finished setting up the formation began to exert energy. When everyone saw that the team led by the captain immediately began to move, the speed of the energy gathering, the weight of the energy gathering, and the energy surging like a storm, everyone only had time to make a sound of surprise in their hearts. They looked at the light with dull eyes. Boom! The sudden, huge commotion caused everyone in the newly built camp to turn their heads. They saw a huge mushroom cloud blooming in the distance. The powerful energy shockwave turned into a rolling gale and blew everyone's faces askew. Huey's face and body were as pale as a statue. Looking at the thick smoke in front of him, his face was swollen. His neck creaked as he turned around and looked at Feng, and the others, Ning Fei and Go Zhongming, waved their hands together. "Lord Hui, you know us. Our attack power is not so exaggerated." Sui Qing quickly said, "I haven't started yet." Xiao Shi was calm. "I'm still gathering energy." Feng Qing Huang shook her head hard. "Because I'm thinking about how to cooperate, I just released a little bit of energy." Yun Nuoxing quickly shook her head. "Don't look at me. I didn't do anything. I just provided energy. I calculated the energy and attack power and didn't do anything. Otherwise, I would have blown up this place. But the situation now is also beyond my expectation." Little Angel hurried to get rid of suspicion. I'm just a support." Then only Siyu and Shuang were left there. They shrunk their necks and stuck out their tongues. Shuang couldn't help but murmur, "Seems like I used too much energy." Siyu raised her hands in surrender. I agree. Everyone. All right, we've found the culprits. These 2 are energy masters among energy masters, and they've been trained by the observer for a while. Even if they didn't use their full strength just now, they almost blasted a hole in the ground. Everyone who was listening to their conversation turned pale. Their faces couldn't stop trembling. They only had time to gather energy. Before they could turn it into an attack, the attack was already over. Look, what did I say? I said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more painful it is when she hits someone. Look at this thing. This two-person attack is almost as powerful as the combined attack of our entire team. This attack is definitely more powerful. Hiss! How about the other half of our team? Don't worry. Yun Nuashing saw that everyone's faces were pale and hurriedly spoke. He waved his hand to disperse the billowing smoke and dust in front of him. The other half of the team appeared from the smoke and dust. However, at this moment, all of them had already turned into statues. The barrier of their array formation had already shattered. Another layer of colorful energy barrier enveloped in front of them, blocking the destructive power just now. I saw that something was wrong and hurriedly blocked it. We're fine, but our minds might. At this point, the drill couldn't continue. When Shu Qing went to reorganize the team members, she glanced at them. There was a trace of lingering fear in her lifeless eyes. That attack of yours was really powerful. Senior held his waist as if he had been hit hard. Where did you come from? With such power, you should be quite famous in the void. With such combat power, you can lead a small team. Why did you come out from the ordinary team? Yun Nuashing and the others smiled bitterly in their hearts. It was true that they were quite famous. If they said that they were from the front line of the void, probably everyone would know. But this couldn't be mentioned. Ahem, we just set foot on a new battlefield. We started from the beginning as rookies. It's nothing. Hui laughed dryly and waved his hand. Everyone's faces twitched when they heard this. He didn't look like a rookie's at all. Just as they were about to reorganize the drill, a horn with a piercing sound suddenly rang through the entire campsite. It resounded through space. Yun Nuashing and the others became nervous the moment the horn sounded. They almost pulled out their weapons. But after careful consideration, they realized that it wasn't the sound of the chaotic horn. They also didn't have that kind of aura. They all let out a sigh of relief. Woo! The long and heavy horn sounded one after another, shaking the entire starry sky. The last horn sounded like a response. The continuous horn made everyone's expression change slightly. They all became solemn. They reorganized themselves and adjusted their state of mind. They put on a serious expression as if they were about to set foot on the battlefield. The atmosphere immediately became extremely heavy. I don't know if we're lucky or unlucky that this happened. Shu Qing said to Feng Ling and the others with a solemn and emotionless expression. The horn has sounded 6 times. 6 armies will set off together. This is the battlefield of reciprocity. Hui subconsciously glanced at Feng Ling. The latter gave him a look that said, "Don't look at me. This isn't necessarily my fault." "Line up and prepare to set off," Shu Qing said. She then looked at Feng Ling and the others. "Put on our shoulder armor. We're going to war." Only now did Yun Nuashing and the others notice that aside from the 2 captains, everyone else had a small, gray, ghost-like shoulder armor on their shoulders. The energy within the armor was so weak that it was useless to block attacks. Its only use was probably to distinguish between friend and foe. Groups of figures had already soared into the sky from the surrounding campsites with surging energy. After they were ready, they charged off with the army as well. They advanced like an army, crossing the distance of tens of millions of light years. 6 armies. The people here. We glanced around and saw the number of people taking part in the battle. 6 new primordial experts leading the army. There's around 1 million of them, ranging from early to peak reciprocity. In the endless starry sky, a mere 1,000,000 people were as insignificant as specks of dust. However, if the surging energy released by this group of people was included, the entire starry sky would tremble. A vast and mighty aura swept across the star field like the might of the heavens, causing the endless starlight rushing over from afar to dim. They could only cautiously flicker. At the very front were the 6 new primordial military commanders. Among them was the 8-foot-tall man who had led them here. Siyu thought that the others were as burly as him, so she could not help but turn her head to take a look. However, to her disappointment, she discovered that he was the only one who was like a small mountain. The other 5 were of normal size. 2 equally vast auras of energy suddenly came from the other side of the starry sky, vaguely condensing into the shape of a storm as they rushed over. 3 behemoths with vast auras gathered here at the same time, stopping when they were still quite a distance away from each other. Although the distance was not far, it was already within the range of each other's naked eyes. For the high-level life forms gathered here, it was actually close enough to be considered a close combat distance where they could fight in a boxing match. The 3 armies faced each other. The presences gathered here were so vast that they could shake space. Even the light of the stars would make way for them. Although I want to complain that the 3 camps are a little close to each other, considering. Forget it. I won't complain. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and gave up. However, Hui continued from the side. 10 million light years. Within the attack range, they don't take a step out. The energy torrent will saturate and bombard the area. There's no delay or gap. They will be sent away in one wave. Finally, he scratched his head. They're just bullying. Everyone sighed. They had not been humans for a long time. This time, it was refreshing to be humans. Time is tight, so there's no way to understand your strength in depth. When the battle starts, you just need to adapt. If you need to use a collective attack, there will be a command, said Shu Qing. Shu Qing said to them, our 3 armies will likely face the primordial world head-on. We have to be especially careful of their surprise troops. That is a team with abnormal strength. They have to respond quickly to orders to avoid unnecessary casualties. What do you mean by surprise troops? Hui asked curiously. I'm not very sure. We haven't fought the primordial world many times, so we haven't encountered them. I've only heard people talk about it. They said that they have a mysterious power and are extremely destructive. After all, they knew that the supremacy of the primordial world had survived from the previous era. There was a possibility that he was also an inheritor. It was also possible that he had some power from the previous era, such as the creation of order. Even if it wasn't necessarily related to origins, it would still have a miraculous effect on such a battlefield. Is this a 3-way melee? After Hui finished looking at the situation of the 2 families, he turned to look at Shu Qing. It's different from the 3 factions I imagined. I thought that they would restrain each other. It's a little refreshing to see 3 groups of people fighting against each other. There aren't many 3-way melees. We haven't experienced many of them in the past few years. Monitor looked at the armies of the 2 armies with a solemn expression. Their strength has also increased by a lot. Little Angel looked at the 3 sides and suddenly thought of something. She whispered in a soul transmission, we probably won't see any familiar faces. Those people from 5 eras ago, the Saint Spirit Domain and the Chanyuan Domain, Little Star, and we were very conspicuous back then. Many people remembered them. Oh, it's fine. We are all hazy and won't be recognized so easily. Furthermore, although our appearances haven't changed, our auras have changed. They probably won't be able to recognize us. In the silent, starry sky, only the auras of the 3 sides kept surging. They kept coming into contact and then carefully retreated. This silence lasted for a while. Suddenly, an energy that shook the starry sky erupted from the other side. It was like the might of the heavens, causing the expressions of everyone from the heaven mystic world to change. However, before this energy continued to sweep out, the 8-foot-tall man also shouted. He released his primordial realm aura to counteract the other party's primordial realm aura. If you want to fight, then fight. Who do you think you are to do such despicable things? Come at me. I'm standing right here. If you can't kill me, I'll go over and slap you to death. The big man cursed. The ghost-faced armor on his body also emitted a gray and breathtaking energy light. A huge ghost-faced shadow appeared on his body. It looked quite intimidating. Haha, you're still so irritable. The voice of the primordial realm's primordial god was cold. It seems that you have gained a lot of strength. It took a lot of effort to make such ample preparations. However, it's still futile. Since you retreated in that battle, your defeat was already destined. No matter how many victories you have, it's just a waste of effort. But it's fine. Step out. After the cold voice sounded, 10 teams of 100 people walked out from the army. Their surging auras told everyone that they were eager for a hearty battle. Since you have placed your hopes on the strength that you have gathered in a hurry, I'll defeat them again today. I'll let you see what a joke reality is. Hui tugged at Shu Qing. Again, that means Shu Qing sighed. Her indifferent expression didn't look too good. Primordial Realm wins more than they lose in a challenge before the battle. Be it against us or the Changyuan Realm, it's the same for both sides. They send out 10 teams, so it's naturally the same for us. If 10 teams fight one-on-one, breaking the array formation will be considered a defeat. It will even affect the team's subsequent combat strength. Refusing to fight will weaken our momentum. There are people in our 3 teams who aren't completely on our side. We have to encourage them. Therefore, the momentum before the battle is very important. We have to fight. Yun Nuashing glanced to the side. In the distance, the teams scattered to deal with the Saint Spirit World's 2 sides, as well as the Saint Spirit World's 2 sides facing the Primordial Realm's 2 sides, were in the same situation. The chaotic battle between the 3 sides made him a little confused. He really didn't know how strange it would be when they fought. He also didn't know who would be the one fighting who. They are just a bunch of sneaky dogs. The 8-foot-tall man flicked his cloak and turned around. He shouted at the army, "Is anyone willing to fight and crush their arrogance?" Loud shouts came from the army. Every team burst out with a powerful light of energy. Soaring fighting spirit turned into wind and swept out violently. What do you think? Shu Qing turned to look at Hui and company. When the army challenges, anyone who participates will be considered an ordinary military contribution. If they win, the military contribution will be even higher. However, we have rookies this time. Generally speaking, it's not appropriate for us to rashly participate in the battle. But from the looks of it, apart from Feng Ling and the girl with wings, everyone else was rubbing their palms together. He didn't know what to do from the looks of it. Yun Nuashing noticed that there wasn't a single energy beam coming out from the rookies' formation. He guessed that the captains of the various teams had the same idea and didn't rashly apply for a battle. After all, it was a team against a team. When rookies who didn't cooperate well were mixed in, it was easy for there to be disharmony in the battle. Under normal circumstances, it would take a lot of effort for an individual to turn the situation around. Yes, under normal circumstances, it would not be appropriate for them to make a move, because if they did, they would have no sense of propriety. However, he saw that everyone was quite enthusiastic, so he sighed and said, "If you believe in us, we will definitely win." "Then let's fight." Monitor suddenly became excited. An energy beam erupted from his body and soared into the sky. Everyone on his side was stunned when they saw it. Even his own team was stunned for a moment. However, thinking of the situation shown in the hasty drill just now, perhaps they could really win? Seeing this, the overseer's eyes flickered for a moment. He swept his gaze across Shu Qing's team and nodded slightly. "Then the last team will be yours. Fight! Crush them! Fight!" The roars of this group of 100 people were mixed with a violent energy storm. That aura left the overseers stunned. This aura felt a little off. They were all teams gathered from the Peak of Origin. They were basically randomly selected opponents. Soon, the 20 teams lined up in front of the formation and faced each other. We saw Fang's expressionless face gathering energy and his face twitched. He whispered, "You're not going to use the excuse of calling for a fight to crush this team and part of the army behind with a torrent of energy, are you?" Yun Nuashing was surprised. "How do you know?" Everyone. Oh, this was the rhythm of something big. He didn't plan to do things according to the rules. However, the war itself was not a matter of rules under certain circumstances, was it? Come, let's all use our full strength. Let's use the power of the peak of origin to test the full strength of this formation. A torrent of energy will blast over. How many people will be injured or killed depends on how fast the heavenly God of origin on the other side reacts. Everyone. No, isn't your full strength enough to crush a high-level heavenly God of origin? The opponent is just an ordinary heavenly God of origin. It can't be, can it? Of course, it's his own business if he can't block it. If he dies, it has nothing to do with me. You see, there is one less heavenly God of origin on this side. The battle is over directly, right? How happy is that? Everyone. But it will be difficult after the battle. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if they fought directly before they found anything? Chapter 1966. What they had guessed had finally become reality. Just like how the Heaven Mystic World's array was a new thing, the new thing used by the primordial world was, as expected, a creation of order. It was a creation of order that was of a higher level than the energy creation and law creation that commonly existed in the void of order. Looking at the situation of the void of order in this era, at least, they had never seen anyone bring out a creation of order in the void of order in the past dozen or so eras. Back then, when the myriad God world was surrounded by a quadrillion life forms, the strange things they brought with them were all energy creation and law creation. Currently, only the void front lines were commonly used and equipped with creation of order. Energy creation was a general term. After all, no matter if it was a law creation or an order creation, there would definitely be a huge amount of energy inside. The division between the three was very clear. Those that used energy in the simplest way were energy creations, even if they were mixed with the power of law. As for law creations, they were the first creations that used the power of law as their core. Order creations were created by adding the power of law to the foundation of law creations. It was obvious which of the three was the higher level. As for the subdivisions, there were even more. They had already talked a lot about them, but there were no signs of them finishing. There were just too many things to talk about. There were too many things to talk about, from beginner to grave, from grave to grave, from grave to grave, beginner's hands-on chapter, intermediate discussion chapter, advanced version, Genesis creation sublimation version, origin creation and human version, and so on. There were all sorts of things to talk about. The power of order was not only used in the war between order and chaos. It could even be used in a battle between order and chaos. Origin energy could also tear apart the order void. It was very easy to understand. However, using the power of order by oneself was different from giving the power of order to creations. The latter required a deeper understanding of creations. Moreover, one's understanding of energy, law, and order had to reach a certain level. In short, it was not a simple matter. If it was really that simple, the Heaven Mystic World would not be unable to find ordinary order creations for ordinary warriors. They did not even have energy creations or law creations, let alone order creations. The current situation was that when they saw the teams from the primordial world taking out order creations, energy creations, and law creations of all shapes and sizes, they were stunned for a moment. The others' expressions were abnormally solemn. They were not too surprised. In other words, the people from the Heaven Mystic World knew how the people from the primordial world fought against their enemies. They knew that the people from the primordial world had a lot of dangerous weapons in their hands. They had heavy weapons in their hands. In this case, it was normal for the primordial world to win more than they lost. Just from the preparation of both sides, the primordial world was better. It was even normal to say that they won by a few degrees. When the 10 teams from the Heaven Mystic World launched their attacks together, the 10 teams from the Heaven Mystic World only had time to react. In the blink of an eye, 3 teams had their formations broken and were defeated. There were even casualties because of this. Other than them, the other 6 teams barely managed to block the attacks. The moment they blocked the attacks, they had already begun to counterattack. In an instant, energy surged. Exploding fireworks, filled the starry sky between the two armies. The combination of order creations, energy creations, and law creations is a battle method that revolves around order creations. From the looks of it, the order creations are also being used by their own people. Yoon Nuashing said in the Soul Transmission, as expected of people from the previous era, I believe that they still have higher-level order creations in their hands. The other 6 battles could be said to be in a stalemate. It might even last for a few more minutes. Looking at the current situation, it was no surprise that the Heaven Mystic world had lost the challenge. They had already won 3 times. It seemed like they could only win 2 out of the 6 battles. Including them, it would be 3 battles. Well, if they lost, then so be it. He felt that it would not affect them in any way. You seem to have made a lot of preparations. You can actually resist for so long. The captain of the team opposite them laughed indifferently. He held a ball in his hand that was encircled by a ring of order creations that looked like a hedgehog. He was currently gathering the power of the entire team to bombard them indiscriminately. The fireworks were quite sufficient. However, the order creations contained pitifully little order creations. It was enough to deal with other people, but to them, they would not feel anything even if they just stood there and let him hit them. Nonsense. I'm the one carrying the shield, okay. Hui rolled his eyes at Maple, who was making sarcastic remarks. He looked at the chaotic battlefield and looked at Maple and the others who were fighting ridiculously. Don't you usually like to end battles quickly? You don't say anything and just use Cloud Piercer to send them into the void. Why is there no movement at all? Yoon Nuashing waved his hand and used 3 to 5 arrays to throw out more than 10 energy torrents. He worked very hard to offset the energy attacks from the other side. After that, he sighed and said faintly to Hui, Did you guys forget that you didn't let me make a move 2 minutes ago? Can't you compromise a little? I only have 2 options. Full strength or pretend to be full strength. What's the compromise? Can it be eaten? Everyone. What he meant was that they could either use hundreds of millions of arrays to drown the starry sky, or use 3 to 5 arrays to pretend to be fighting very hard. Boom! A violent energy attack came from the battle at the side. For out of the 6 battles had ended with 2 wins and 2 losses. They had already won 5 battles, and the primordial world side let out a victory cheer that shook the starry sky. It was as if they had already seen their victory in advance. They only needed to win one of the remaining 3 battles to win. In their opinion, it was already very surprising that the Heaven Mystic world could win 2 battles. There would not be any more miracles. Shu Qing glanced at the other 2 battles that were still in the midst of a bitter battle, and then looked at their side's formation. The doubts in his heart had already broken through the sky. If it was in the past, their team would have been forced to the point of being flustered when facing the primordial world. But now the arrays were stable, the barriers were stable, and the energy was stable. There was even no feeling of a gap. It was as if there was an abnormal energy source supporting the entire array. There was also a hard shield that blocked all the other party's attacks. He naturally did not think that their team had suddenly become stronger. Then there was only one answer left. Is it because of that group of newcomers? That's right. Looking at the strength that the 2 of them revealed on the drill ground, he felt that there might be 10 extremely dangerous fellows in his team. It's almost time to end the battle. Getting beaten up is not something I like to do. Suddenly, a voice came from the array formation, startling them. They turned their heads and saw that the colorful energy in Feng Ling's hand had condensed into a longbow. When he drew the bow with both hands, the entire array formation suddenly rumbled. They could feel the rapid movement of energy. The movement caused the array formation to tremble violently. It was as if cracks had appeared because it could not withstand the pressure from the energy he released. Everyone's faces stiffened when they sensed this scene. Shu Qing's expression changed. He suddenly waved his hand as if he had sensed something. He made a prompt decision and ordered, Everyone, gather your energy and assist Feng Ling to launch a full-powered attack. The sudden increase in energy made Yun Nuashing's eyes light up slightly. "Oh, that's interesting. This array formation looks pretty good." We broke out in a cold sweat. "Take it easy. Pay attention. Be careful." The vast energy that had surged to the point that it could disturb the starry sky and the void stunned both sides. The energy that had reached its peak quickly converged, like a vortex. The moment the light suddenly solidified, a strange feeling appeared in countless people's hearts. "Go. Be buried in the void with your team." He gently released the bowstring, and the energy that had been gathered to the limit turned into an amorphous energy arrow that suddenly shot out. In an instant, it turned into a huge, dark red energy torrent that was thousands of kilometers long. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed all the attacks launched by the other party. It was as if the light of destruction had descended in front of the other party. The violent energy torrent captured the frightened faces of the other party's team. In an instant, it swept across the short distance and swallowed them in one gulp. It brushed past the top of the primordial world's army. The aftermath of the extremely violent energy made countless people reveal frightened expressions. Even the three primordial heavenly gods' expressions froze. They were almost alarmed by this energy and subconsciously defended themselves. The dark red torrent only lasted for a few seconds before it suddenly disappeared, leaving behind crack that led to the void. The figures of the other party were nowhere to be seen. "Oh!" Someone in the heaven mystic world suddenly let out a long cry that was mixed with cheers, causing the starry sky to tremble. The remaining people were half a beat slower and let out roars as they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Their fighting spirit soared. Even if they only won 3 rounds in the end, it was enough to make their hearts surge. Destroying the other party's team in one strike was far from something that could be compared to just destroying the other party's formation. And such a result had never been seen before in all the challenges they had faced over the years. Yun Nuashing elegantly flicked her long hair away from her ears. "We are the first to strike. I said that it doesn't matter if we win or lose this challenge." Huey's body stiffened. "You are really trying very hard not to kill the other party's primordial world experts." In one strike, the energy torrent was forcefully raised at a 60-degree angle midway, barely sweeping past the primordial world's army. If this strike had hit the army directly, the effect would have been even greater, because they would have seen a hole appear in the other party's army. Oh, and a military governor would have evaporated on the spot. The remaining 2 battles ended in less than 10 seconds. Originally, the heaven mystic world would have lost the 2 battles, but in one of them, they managed to achieve a Pyrrhic victory. This was probably due to the sudden surge in morale. In the end, from the results of 5 wins and 6 losses, they had lost. However, the morale of the heaven mystic world's side had swelled to the peak. On the other hand, the primordial world's side was completely silent. Countless people looked at each other with dark faces, and there was actually some silence. Let's go back to the formation. Shu Qing was also a little stunned when she saw this result, but she remained expressionless on the surface. She waved her hand at everyone and returned to the formation amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd. "It seems like you have really come up with something interesting this time. However, what can you do with just the strength of a team? You are still a motley crew. You have already been branded as losers before you even started." The primordial heavenly god from the primordial world waved his hand, and the surging aura of the primordial realm swept through the entire starry sky. That aura caused the primordial world's army to recover from their slightly depressed state of mind. They pulled themselves together and roared in the starry sky. At this moment, he also shouted, "There is no need to talk to them. Set up the formation. Attack! TSK, TSK, shameless ugly things. In terms of morale, you are inferior to us now." The primordial realm experts from the heaven mystic world were also shouting at the top of their lungs. The 3 primordial realm experts brought along the aura of the million-strong army to sweep through the entire battlefield. The surging energy and aura had already shaken the entire starry sky when they were released. Set up the formation. Charge. Crush them. Like floodwaters that had been opened, the two armies suddenly arched together and rapidly approached each other. The surging battle intent entangled like a storm, tearing at each other and spreading throughout the entire starry sky. The sudden surge of energy also drowned the entire battlefield in a short period of time. The 6 primordial heavenly gods had all rushed to a higher place the moment the battle began. Vast energy waves scattered from the distant starry sky. They were the top forces of the two armies. When they appeared, they needed to restrain each other with all their might. Otherwise, if they were allowed to attack the formation freely, the army would collapse in an instant. The battle between order and chaos is still the same as before. Yun Nuashing turned her head and looked at the fireworks that were wildly expanding and exploding. Countless energy waves scattered, like flowing arrows, landed in various parts of the battlefield. It's a mess. No, it's not as messy as the battlefield between order and chaos. It's just that, once they are mixed together, it's impossible to tell who is fighting who. When the time comes, the underworld will throw out their own people and a bunch of fledglings and mix them into the abyssal death mist spawn. It's about the same. Hui replied, "Is it that much worse?" "Much worse. Our normal attacks are all carrying energy towers to smash the energy torrent. We don't have that many vanguards. It's fine as long as we have enough. Look at this place. 70% of them are engaging in close combat. Say, if I use nothingness, chaos." Everyone hurriedly shouted, Don't smash. Don't use infinite chaos." "Hey." Yun Nuashing smacked her lips and pressed down on the elements of destruction that had just gathered. Everyone was speechless. That bastard was already gathering energy, just now. They were just an insignificant member of the battlefield, drowned in the rush of hundreds of thousands of troops, feeling their own insignificance. That should be the case, but in fact they were standing at the rear, carefully controlling their own power to unleash the energy torn ahead so that they would not accidentally trample those little things to death. Yes, they were tyrannosauruses that had sneaked into a swarm of ants, a group of self-propelled calamities, especially that bastard who subconsciously gathered energy every few seconds and let the energy dissipate as if he was slow to react. He was a moving void annihilation. As long as he could not react in time and allowed the energy to successfully gather and explode, the battlefield would crumble. Everything would crumble. The clashing armies were recklessly unleashing their own power, with violent energy fireworks flashing incessantly. The battlefield seemed to be wrapped in some kind of barrier or domain, so it was not so easy to break through the stars, allowing everyone to fight without restraint. That being said, Maple's Cloud Piercer had already torn the void apart, but it was repaired before the battle even started. It was unknown whether this was a barrier or a domain, but it was rather stable and could be repaired rather quickly. As mentioned before, their formation was a fixed turret. They just had to stick it in one place and throw energy as if their lives depended on it. In terms of energy, it was provided by Maple, who had the largest capacity in the void. Even if these people tired themselves to death, they would not be able to exhaust Maple's energy. They would probably find it strange that they were so brave today. As for him, well, his job was to be a shield. He just had to stay where he was and block the stray arrows on the other side for the turrets. If he could, he would also block the fatal attacks for the other teams that were temporarily considered his allies. Perhaps it was because Maple had shown his skills when he challenged them, but the energy blasts thrown at them were obviously much more than those thrown at other places. If it were not for the fact that they were in a chaotic battle, these hundreds of thousands of people would have rushed towards them and focused fire on them first. Then, Maple would have a legitimate reason to use the 3 forms of nothingness. Maple pulled his bow and hummed a song as he casually shot out energy arrows. Every time he pulled his bow, 22-foot-long formations would appear beside him. Then, energy arrows would be shot out along with the energy longbow. They were silent and as fast as lightning. They pierced through the energy barriers of countless people in the primordial world. Usually, every energy arrow was an opportunity to defeat them because every energy arrow had an extremely strong penetrating power. Because they had repeatedly warned Maple, they did not bring along boundless energy and only used penetrating power to attack. Every energy arrow would accurately pierce through or penetrate an energy barrier. If they could seize this opportunity, they could easily cause the primordial world's defense to fail in a large area, followed by a round of rapid casualties. In fact, the people in the heaven mystic world were not to be trifled with. As the phenomenon of their enemies' energy barriers being penetrated for no reason increased, they gradually reacted. Seeing that more and more people in the primordial world were flustered because of the cracks in their barriers, they temporarily did not care about the reason. They only cared about catching those who suddenly had their barriers cracked and rushing over to give them a good beating. They also gathered the power of the formations to release energy torrents, killing a large number of people in one go. After a few rounds of charging like this, the situation became very chaotic. The situation was almost one-sided. Both sides still did not understand what was going on with the strange cracks in their barriers. As for Siyu and Shuang Shuang, who had been personally taught by Maple, well, they were now practicing with all their might. The 1,000-mile-wide and 10,000-mile-wide energy balls that exploded for no reason on the battlefield were their masterpieces. The two of them occupied 60% of the energy explosions on the battlefield. Blue Phoenix was also working hard to brandish the Netherworld Ruin Sword, using energy sword beams to attack from a distance. From what he could see, she was just short of shouting Netherworld Firmament Slash to clear a third of the battlefield to show her power. Speaking of which, if she were to use the Netherworld Ruin Sword to attack from a distance, wouldn't she still be an energy cannon? Forget it, I don't care. After all, I can't leave the formation now. Attack with all your strength. Shu Qing waved her hand and gathered the power of the entire formation. The halberd in her hand swung forward with all her strength, creating a 1,000-mile-wide energy crescent. The group of people from the primordial world in the distance were all sent flying. 5 or 6 teams' formations were shattered. The people who were frozen by the energy crescent were surrounded and wiped out by the people from the heaven mystic world. Their attacks have weakened. A team leader in the same row of fixed artillery emplacements shouted. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone advance forward!" Shu Qing turned her head and looked at everyone. "Advance. Temporarily stop attacking and maintain the defense. Attack again after moving quickly." "Oh!" Everyone responded. Yun Nuashing casually waved her hand and threw out the chains of order to tie herself, Blue Phoenix, and Shuang Shuang together at a constant distance. Then, she continued to draw her bow with a relaxed look. Huey's face twitched a few times when he saw this. Was she treating this as a relaxing entertainment? After the group of people in the fixed formation moved into position, Yun Nuashing suddenly stopped drawing her bow. She turned her head and shouted at Blue Phoenix, "Girl, slash directly behind you. Use more strength." These words were said directly, causing everyone to be stunned. Then they heard a faint "oh" in response. They hurriedly turned their heads and shouted, "Netherworld Ruins, Firmament Slash." A purplish-black energy sword beam that was 50,000 kilometers wide drew a perfect crescent, tearing the empty starry sky into pieces. A deep purple sea of fire suddenly exploded from the sword beam, covering tens of thousands of kilometers in front of them. In this vast energy torrent, surging energy auras suddenly erupted. They were the dozen or so teams hidden in the starry sky. They had just gotten into position, but before they could do anything, they were pulled out by a powerful energy attack. People from the primordial world, Shu Qing and the other team leaders were shocked when they saw this situation. At this moment, the people from the primordial world who came to attack were all immersed in the deep purple energy sea of fire, struggling futilely. They saw their energy barriers rapidly melting and saw the devouring flames igniting themselves. They knew that they would also melt in this sea of fire. They gave up their final struggle and roared as they sent out a final energy attack towards the people from the heaven mystic world. The all-out attack, unleashed by over 1,000 heavenly gods of origin, was extraordinarily powerful. Shu Qing and the others all wore grave expressions as they turned around to defend themselves. However, just as they were about to turn around and defend themselves, they were greeted by the sight of a massive, dark purple wall of flames soaring into the sky. The wall of flames obscured their line of sight and drowned out the oncoming wave of energy. By the time the flames dissipated, the sea of flames had already disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the cannon turret formation froze in place as they looked at the woman in the red and black dress with horror in their eyes. They couldn't help but shudder. Yun Nuashing did not turn her head from beginning to end. At this moment, she was humming a song and swaying her body. Her drawing of her bow did not slow down at all. At the same time, she muttered to herself in the starry sky, "Although pouring energy at the front is quite fun, you have to watch the back." They succeeded just now. This team's strength will drop by at least 70%. The group of people had awkward expressions. Primordial World reorganized the team. Retreat. A mighty and oppressive roar came down from above the starry sky. In the chaotic battlefield, everyone from the Primordial World, who had been torn into hundreds of positions and were fighting for themselves, used all their strength to repel their opponents. Without another word, they quickly retreated and slowly gathered into a group at the rear. "Stop the pursuit. Prepare to retreat." The 8-foot-tall man from the heaven mystic world also shouted at the top of his lungs. The warriors from the heaven mystic world, who were about to take advantage of the victory, could only give up on attacking. They turned to erect an energy barrier and retreated towards the primordial world to prevent any sneak attacks. They began to gather bit by bit. "Wanna run?" The red and black bow in Yun Nuashing's hand began to emit a faint 5-colored energy. 2 azure array formations that were hundreds of thousands of feet in size instantly formed beside her. The 3 points of energy gathered like a storm. The sudden, huge commotion caused everyone in the heaven mystic world to be stunned. His colorful eyes stared intently at the layers of barriers formed by the primordial world. He casually glanced at the 6 primordial heavenly gods who were preparing to retreat. The energy condensation was completed in an instant. Then he easily drew the bow in his hand. Cloud-piercing, dozens of energy rings suddenly exploded. 3 mighty energy torrents that were only hundreds of thousands of feet in size passed through the starry sky battlefield in an instant. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they collided with the primordial world's large energy barrier. Countless ripples appeared on the barrier in an instant. Cracks quickly spread. The speed was so fast that all the people from the primordial world who were holding up the barrier widened their eyes in horror. Just as they were about to strengthen the energy barrier to stabilize it, they saw a large piece of the barrier suddenly collapse. "It's over." Countless primordial world warriors held their breaths. They subconsciously used all their strength to condense their team's energy barrier and then hurriedly retreated. Bam! The sound of the entire large barrier suddenly collapsing resounded through the starry sky. The 3 red-black energy torrents rushed into the array with endless destructive power, swallowing hundreds of teams in an instant. Even if they just brushed past them, the energy barriers suddenly collapsed into pieces. Figures were either attracted by the light of energy or thrown into the void or the depths of the starry sky by the explosion of energy and the storm caused by the shattered barriers. The primordial world team that had just integrated was instantly thrown into chaos. "Tisk, do you think you can escape?" Yun Nuashing's eyes shone brightly. He subconsciously took out the rhythm of light and rushed forward, ready to take advantage of the situation. Just as he exerted force with his feet, Siyu and Qing Huang rushed over and held him down. The two women hurriedly shouted in his ear, "Little star!" Huh! Yun Nuashing hurriedly regained his senses and saw countless people staring at him in a daze. He hurriedly withdrew the rhythm of light and dispersed the energy. He put on a stiff expression and pretended that he didn't know anything. "You didn't see anything just now." "Everyone, what the hell?" "We didn't see anything." The three cloud-piercing arrows directly collapsed the primordial world's combined barrier and killed more than a third of their numbers. How could they say that they didn't see anything? Should they change their minds? The violent energy confrontation in the starry sky had already stopped. The 6 primordial heavenly gods who had stopped fighting returned to their respective arrays. They were all stunned when they saw the primordial world team that had collapsed. What an interesting fellow. The primordial heavenly god from the primordial world's cold voice sounded again. At this time, anyone could hear the anger in his voice. That pair of eyes that contained the might of the primordial heavenly god landed on the heaven mystic world's army, and accurately on Yun Nuashing. He stared at him for a while before shifting his cold gaze away. "Primordial world, retreat. You dare to stare at me? You're tired of living." Yun Nuashing cursed as he took out the rhythm of light again. He suppressed his strength and pretended to be very relaxed. In fact, he had been suppressing his strength to the point that it was very difficult for him to hold on. In short, the pressure was huge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have almost charged subconsciously at the end. Now that he was glared at by this guy, his violent temper was immediately suppressed by the little angel. Hui helplessly covered his forehead and sighed. He muttered in the soul transmission, "This guy has been lying down for 20 years and still hasn't recovered from his war fever." Everyone nodded vigorously. They had all calmed down and could slightly suppress themselves. Only a certain observer. Forget it. After all, he relied on his full strength to survive. It was indeed very uncomfortable for him to suppress and restrain himself. However, there was no need to use his full strength to fight these small things. Didn't Origin, who primordial chaos, feel that it was a waste of energy to kill flies? Chapter 1967. According to the news that Hui and the others had heard, the gathering of the 3 parties would eventually evolve into a chaotic battle. It was the planned situation of who the F*CK is fighting who. In the end, the battle between the primordial world and the heaven mystic world ended prematurely. Originally, the 3 parties would gather for a battle and fight for at least 4 to 5 hours. At most, it would take 2 to 3 days. This time, the battle ended in less than 2 hours. The primordial world could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat and left, causing the other 2 battlefields to end hastily. As for the results, they only heard the same evaluation. It seemed that other than the battlefield they were on, none of the other 2 battlefields gained any advantage. It was also possible that they were forced to rein in their horses before the fight became too violent. In short, a battle that was supposed to be very tragic ended abruptly. After the battle, it felt like only the primordial world had suffered a great loss and had no choice but to flee. Both the Changyuan Saint Spirit world and the Heaven Mystic world were dumbfounded. Yes, the people from the Heaven Mystic world who went to deal with the Changyuan Saint Spirit world were dumbfounded because the battle ended too quickly. They didn't suffer any losses at all. They guessed that the Changyuan Saint Spirit world was also very confused about how to deal with the primordial world. The primordial world retreated from the battlefield, but it didn't mean that the Heaven Mystic world could continue to fight with the Changyuan Saint world. When they were almost done, the primordial world would definitely come back and clear the battlefield. Therefore, when the 3 parties gathered and 1 party retreated, the other 2 parties would have to retreat as well, unless one party had an overwhelming advantage and could withstand the attacks of the other 2 parties who were forced to join forces at the worst moment. Obviously, none of the 3 parties could do it. Therefore, they had to retreat obediently. The Heaven Mystic World's army only relaxed after retreating to the big floating island in the camp. They dispersed. The 6 primordial gods gathered in the largest temple to discuss the battle situation. As for the others, well, They didn't know what to do for a while. They said they wanted to rest. It was true that they should rest after a battle, but it didn't seem as tiring as they imagined. There weren't many casualties, and they could quickly recover. However, if they wanted to continue practicing, they had to rest for a while after a battle. Even if they weren't exhausted, they were still mentally exhausted. Thank you for your hard work in this battle. Shu Qing looked at Feng Ling and the others and said, "It's all thanks to Feng Ling's reminder this time. Otherwise, those 16 teams would have definitely caused great damage to our rear." At that time, the entire battlefield would have been in an extremely passive state, exterminating an entire team before the battle, and those 3 cloud-piercing arrows at the end. TSK, TSK, TSK. So far, we have never seen anyone so ferocious. They directly smashed through the primordial world's combined barrier and killed a considerable number of enemies. Monitor couldn't help but clap his hands excitedly and say, "This time primordial world suffered heavy casualties. Your battle contributions will be recorded by the artifacts in that domain. In 2 days, it will be converted into military contributions and distributed to everyone. So there's no need to rush. But I'm still very curious. Where did you guys come from?" As Monitor spoke, he patted his forehead and said, "TK, I was just casually mentioning it. Don't ask where you come from on the battlefield. There's no need to take it seriously, and there's no need to answer. Everyone disperse and rest. We just finished a 3-way battle. It should have been a 3-way battle. It should have been a 3-way battle. It should be quieter in the near future. You can focus on your cultivation. If necessary, we will gather everyone for a drill. You can also go to Mystic Heaven's sacred city and other nodes to take a look. There aren't many restrictions." After everyone dispersed, only Shu Qing and Monitor were left on the drill ground. They waved their hands and sealed the space around them. They looked at each other, and the latter said, "Amazing, guys. At least, they are definitely not ignorant newbies." They didn't feel surprised from the beginning. They didn't even need to adapt to this kind of battlefield. What do you think? They are powerful and unstoppable. Shu Qing's gaze locked in the direction where Feng Ling and the others had left. None of the 10 people used their full strength. "I'm sure." "Oh, then what do you say?" "It's too early to report it after observing for a while. However, the overseer will notice it. Maybe we don't need to report it. After all, it's almost time. With such a powerful person, the overseer and the realm master shouldn't miss it. Okay, then I'll leave first. I'll go shopping in Mystic Heaven's sacred city." Shu Qing, seeing Monitor end the conversation in a second and disappear in the next second, he let out a sigh of relief helplessly. In the hall of the tallest temple, the open windows on all sides welcomed the starlight into the hall. From the height of tens of thousands of feet, one could see the distant starry sky and the huge barrier of the other 2 families that were confronting them. From the other side, one could also look down and see the many densely packed camps that were only the size of rice grains and the other temples that were obviously much shorter. In the huge hall, there was a long round table and a set of more than a dozen casually pulled-out chairs. Other than that, there was nothing else. The curtains and windows were set, so it didn't matter. At this moment, there were 13 people sitting on the chairs, staring intently at the image of the battlefield projected by a black cube that was about 1 foot long and wide on the table. The switching speed of the images was very fast. After 1 round, it only slowed down in a few places. Someone called for a battle and wiped out a small team. At the same time, it also recorded his cool and elegant movements after the battle. Then, it was followed by a scene of a small phoenix cleaving an area of tens of thousands of miles with a single slash. There was also a scene of a person shooting 3 cloud-piercing arrows to cripple half of the Yuanchu world's army. There was also a scene of him humming a song and drawing his bow to create weaknesses in the barrier of the people of the Yuanchu world so that others could rush in and break the defense. After the image ended, the energy of the cube dissipated and returned to silence. Even the hall was silent. What do you think? The 8-foot-tall man crossed his arms. His burly figure seemed to have become even bigger after taking off his armor. He looked around and looked at the other 12 people. Seeing that they were all silent, he patted the table and said, "Hey, don't be silent. I didn't ask you to come here to watch the show. Come on, you too are with us. What do you want to say? What do you want to say? What do you want to say? What do you want us to say?" One of the other 2 Yuan-Shi gods on the same battlefield rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do you want us to say that this is a problem with the peak of origin, or do you want us to say that this is not a peak of origin at all? Or do you want us to suspect what he is here for?" There are traces of failure in breaking through to the Yuan-Shi realm on his body. The other person crossed his fingers and clenched them a few times. He frowned and said, "If we want to analyze his purpose, perhaps he is here to get the method to break through to the Yuan-Shi realm. This is also the purpose of most people joining the battle. Other than him, the others seem to be quite powerful. It is almost a team, no, almost 10 people who have tipped the balance of the battlefield. Can you find any other information? How can we find any? There are so many worlds in the upper plane. The void eliminates stagnant things so quickly. How can we find any traces? Putting that aside, he and his companions are very powerful. You only notice that his and the others' attacks are very powerful, but you did not notice the sturdiness of the formation of Shu Qing's team. Judging from the situation of his team in the past battles, they did not have such a strong defense. Someone with special defense must have entered the formation. Throughout the entire battle, their formation did not even shake a little. They are indeed powerful, but this is a group of newbies. This kind of nature is really unsettling. Do you think they could have been sent by the other 2 teams? Oh, that's **T. If they were from the other 2 teams, they would have cleared the battlefield a long time ago. Look at their combat prowess. If I had them in my team, I would have dragged them out to challenge me every day. After a dozen or so rounds of battle, they would have exhausted all the heavenly origin gods of either team. Or perhaps both teams would have been exhausted. Everyone was silent. This was quite reasonable. This was the trump card of trump cards. There was no reason for them not to use it until now. Unless the other side's brain was damaged. Even if they wanted to think of a chess piece for that purpose, they could not find any reason to convince themselves. If it was for that purpose, there was no need to reveal it now. They could just keep hiding it. Yes, they could not find any reason at all. In the end, it is as good as not saying anything. The 8-foot man rolled his eyes and turned to the figure by the window with his hands clasped behind his back. "Boss, what do you think?" The other 12 primeval gods on the table also turned to look at the figure by the window. They were all curious as to what their boss thought. The figure by the window put down her hand and turned around to look at them. It was a tall girl wearing a wide white cloak. She was wearing a silver white light armor decorated with exquisite patterns. Her long black hair cascaded down her back without any restraints, and she wore an exquisite silver headband that seemed to be made of energy. Her eyes were dark and deep, as if she was staring at a clear spring or the endless void. Although they were sparkling and clear, they were too deep, and one could faintly feel a bit of a ferocious aura from them. If one only looked at her front, one would think that she was a majestic general, but when one looked at her eyes, they suddenly felt that it was not incomprehensible that the warlords and soldiers under her command all wore ghost-faced armor. Although their boss was very beautiful, her eyes... Well, it was not that he wanted to say it, but it was true that anyone who saw her eyes would feel their heart skip a beat and avoid them. Even if they were used to it, they still could not help but put on a walnut-like face if they met her eyes for a long time. Their boss, who was usually straightforward and did not hesitate when facing an army, could not help but frown at this time. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her slender eyelashes trembled slightly. She seemed to be lost in thought and was a little uncertain. There is still time. Let's observe first and list it as a backup. Okay. The 8-foot man scratched his head. The others also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. They all nodded without objection and slowly got up to leave the hall. In the camp, in the hall of a small 2-story pavilion where they settled down, Yun Nuashing and the other 8 people, Ge Zhongming and Ning Fei, who could not sit still and wandered around the camp, casually sat down in the hall. They all subconsciously threw out energy barriers to shield the place. They looked at each other and sighed. Feng, did you find anything? Hui turned his back and threw himself on the sofa and asked lazily, For the time being, I'll borrow the energy left on the battlefield and let it spread out naturally, soaking into the void. But there's not much energy left, and it's not enough to convert it into origin energy. That's why it's spreading out very slowly, and the remaining energy won't last long either, unable to cover this entire region of the void. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed with a real colorful luster. She shook her head and said, So far, I haven't found anything worthy of attention. Shuang, what about you? Shuang also shook her head a little gloomily and said, I have already begun to think about the comet that Siyu mentioned, everyone. She must have been driven crazy by that convulsive finger. Well, Yun Nuashing raised his hand with a trembling hand. Everyone turned around and saw that his face did not look too good. Their faces twitched. I feel very wrong now. Very wronged. I can't hold it in any more. Let's fight. You have to use the strength of a chopping hand to prevent accidentally exploding the entire void. Let's explore the surroundings. You have to use all your strength to choke your own neck to avoid making too much noise and being seen by others. I can feel that the pressure level is constantly rising. He took a deep breath and his eyes lost their glow. It's too hard for me. Do you have to hold it in so much pain? War fever syndrome. Huey's face twitched. Looking at Feng's squirming and uncomfortable appearance, it seemed that he could already feel the pressure. No. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. Do you still remember that before I left, I had already started to increase my strength? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They saw him pointing at himself, helplessly. The rules of the structure, the source of the structure, and the energy of the origin. The 3 are working together in harmony. In addition, the essence of the origin is brushing away the fog bit by bit. Right now, it's equivalent to me suddenly being told that I'm building infrastructure. I don't have enough materials. I can't even find a piece of wood. At this stage, I need to let the energy surge violently. In the end, whether it's fighting or looking for things, I have to do my best to suppress it so that there's only a little movement when it's surging. Then I have to be very careful not to let the origin energy surge too violently and go out of control. Now I'm out of breath. No, I'm not speeding it up. I just need to let the energy surge while doing this. Right now, I'm forcefully holding it back is equivalent to suppressing the movement of a volcano. It wants to erupt but can't erupt too violently. It can only erupt a little bit. Yun Nuashing said as he slid down the sofa. His entire body was limp and weak. I don't think I can do it. That would really make people irritable. Before I came out, I thought that I could hold it in, or that I would be able to do things more quickly. I thought that it shouldn't be a big problem. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and almost vomited out his soul. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. I can't hold it in. I really want to blow something up. I really want to cause trouble. I have a way. Xiao Shi suddenly spoke. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously sat up and looked at her with hopeful eyes. Xiao Shi slowly said, It's not to suppress or control. It's just to cover up. It can completely cover up your energy movement. As she spoke, she stood up and walked to his side. Seeing this, Little Angel nudged Siyu to make room for Xiao Shi to sit next to Little Star. Xiao Shi continued. It's originally used to cover up all the aura of the body during battle. It will continue to consume a certain amount of energy. It's also done by using the origin energy to complete the cover-up. At that time, you don't have to worry about the surging energy in your body affecting anywhere else. No one will be able to sense your aura. Xiao Shur looked at his colorful eyes and paused for a moment. She then said, Senior, peak Yuan Shur, chaos conceptual bodies, and venerable gods are excluded. That's a very serious answer. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's just go to the Order Void for a while. We won't encounter these guys. Come on. He shrugged. What should I do? Do I have to cooperate? Just act normally. Don't resist. She raised her hand, and a purplish gold pattern appeared on her jade hand. The origin energy surged, and she raised her gray eyes that were tinged with purplish gold to look at him. When she saw him nod, she reached out her hand and pressed it on his chest, pressing it in forcefully. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Half of her arm disappeared into his chest. She was pressing into his soul. But seeing how focused she was, he didn't care. She was probably using the origin energy and her own characteristics to do something. Well, it was an arrangement to cover up. He could sense the activity of the origin energy. We looked at Xiao Shur's action of pushing her arm into his chest and couldn't help but whisper, digging out your heart with a claw. That's called grabbing your heart. Everyone was speechless. This obviously didn't mean to dig out the heart physically. Besides, energy life forms didn't have such a thing. After about 2 minutes, the origin energy and the aura of the magic circle on Xiao Shur's body slowly subsided. She took her hand out of his chest and nodded at him. It's done. You can try. Yun Nuashing looked down at his chest. There was an additional purple and gold pattern there. It was a bit like a 3-dimensional pattern drawn by a magic circle. With it, as the starting point, many purple and gold energy lines spread towards his soul and spread to every corner. He could feel that a little bit of energy was automatically absorbed by these energy lines, which in turn used to cover up the energy released by his body. It was a very weak energy, and the rate of recovery by taking a breath was many times more than the rate of consumption. He tried to slowly release the suppression on his own energy. He released about 1/3 of it. Then he looked up at everyone. How is it? Everyone carefully sensed for a while and shook their heads. We went over and stared at him with his eyes wide open. How much did you release the suppression? 1/3. Hui reached out and poked his head. There's really no movement. Why don't you release all the suppression and see? Wait. Okay, I've completely released it. Yun Nuashing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The word refreshed was written all over his face. He looked as if the pressure on him had suddenly dropped and swept away the accumulated haze on his head. I feel much better. No problem. Xiao Shur also checked him and nodded. The energy mark is left there. It can be destroyed at any time. Although the consumption may be very small for you, it is still a small part of the energy. If you encounter a situation where you need to use all your strength, it may cause problems. So, I left you a mark that can be easily destroyed. Oh, thank you. Yun Nuashing chuckled at her. Although he still could not avoid using too much energy when using energy in other people's territory, at least he did not have to suffocate himself to death. Back to the original topic. With the help of the remnant energy on the battlefield, he searched the starry sky and the void region. However, he still found nothing. Shuang was also working very hard to sense, but looking at her walking in circles while trying to sense, he knew that this girl was also confused by her own senses. Okay, I followed Siyu's words and looked around. Yun Nuashing pressed down on Shuang, who was almost dizzy, and pulled her to sit beside him. I didn't see anything at the limit of the energy ripples. That thing is either going in circles further away, or there is some kind of interference that can't detect its existence. For the time being, this was a kind of abnormal phenomenon. The abnormality here meant that there was a connection. As for what kind of connection it was, he did not know for the time being. Anyway, there was a connection. Even if he used this place as the center and pointed at a random radius of the void and dug through the void, he would still be able to find something if he dug into the void region. There was no surveillance at the origin region. He could slowly explore it at a slow speed without returning to the origin region. There was also no surveillance at the origin region. That would be left for the origin region to deal with later. What was left was this world of light and this void region that was being closely monitored by the three parties. They had placed people inside and outside, waiting to see when they could dig something out. Along the way, he also reported to Yuanji that he was safe. He learned that the front line of the void was safe and sound. At the same time, he also learned that everyone was still intensely discussing how to improve the 20 ways to kill his phantom. From this aspect, everyone was still very energetic. He heard that they had already gathered half of the front line of the void and were preparing to kill his phantom. Ge Zhongming and Ning Fei walked around the camp, but did not find anything that could be considered information or clues. They slipped back with a gloomy face. I heard the captains of the various teams discussing the situation of the battle just now. We seem to have been noticed by the people above. Ning Fei said, a little worried, "I'm afraid there will be trouble." Ge Zhongming shrugged. "There's nothing we can do about being noticed. It's fine as long as they don't do anything bad. If they do, we won't just sit there and do nothing. However, it will be difficult for us to find what we are looking for. Right now, the only clue we have is to connect the three clans on this battlefield through something that might be related to this void area or this space. Without a target, we will have come here in vain. Yes, so let's hope they don't do anything bad." Ge Zhongming tilted his head back and pulled his seesaw ponytail. "It's not time to punish them yet. Let's hope they can behave before we finish our business." At the same time, I Ching and the 1,000 order warriors that he brought with him also said that they did not find anything. The progress of the matter was stuck at the level of the comet spins and spins that Siyu had discussed. They did not even have a way to verify it. After the battle, the three battlefields also quieted down. Yun Nuashing used the energy aftermath of the entire battlefield until it was exhausted. He expanded the search area by more than 10 times, but still did not find anything. This was not good news, speaking from experience. After all, he and Hui had come out together. With their ability to encounter trouble, if the trouble did not end quickly, then it must be brewing. Brewing meant that the storm has begun to gather, right? Huey's face twitched. It's gathering, 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 accumulating destructive power until it's big enough to attract our attention. Then everything will fall on our heads like a swarm of bees. This statement made everyone a little scared. What scared them even more was that Siyu added, "The last time we encountered something of this level, it was in AI Hongyun's void territory." See, when he said that, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Translation: this could be a big trouble, something so big that it could make the entire void tremble. And this time, it was not in the remote void territory. It was near the center of the upper plane, where countless lives were gathered. If a disaster of 2 levels were to erupt here, it was almost like throwing a star into a star with 100 billion lives. It could easily lead to total annihilation. Although he was a little resentful of the Order Void, he felt that he could not laugh at such a joke. Is there no other way? In the sacred city of profound heaven, Yun Nuashing and the others were casually strolling in the starry city. Hui said this with a heavy sigh, which made him ponder. Actually, there is a way. What is it? Everyone perked up. Let little Qing Zi throw a large boom across the void to attract everyone's attention. I will take advantage of the chaos to spy on the entire void territory and scour it clean. By then, even if we can't find anything, it will have nothing to do with us. Yun Nuashing held a small toy on the stall and looked at it. But there is a small problem. What if the thing that may be related to the clue is fragile or easily alarmed? If this large boom is thrown, we thought for a moment. Forget it. Let's look for other clues. Yun Nuashing shrugged. After all, it was a desperate method, and it was easy for some unpredictable changes to occur. Well, he was in a normal state now, and he was not anxious. He did not spend too much time, so he was still patient. While they were strolling, there was a sudden commotion on the crowded street. Soon, it spread from the back to where they were, causing them to turn their eyes. As if they had a telepathic connection, they walked in that direction. Chapter 1968. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the end of the street. The noise that echoed in the street was mixed with the content of a normal conversation. However, when these words were captured in one's mind, one would not be able to tell what was going on. They could only vaguely hear that someone was coming. The people on the street were a little frightened and wanted to leave the place. It was as if a big shot was coming out, and the unrelated people were hurriedly trying to reduce their presence and run as far as they could. Noise and chaos. The noise on the street rapidly decreased in the midst of the chaos. Yes, the people who were shouting and talking at the top of their lungs were whispering at the top of their lungs. Before they could reach the source of the chaos, they were already pushed to the side of the road by the people who were retreating to the sides or hurriedly leaving the place. The hawkers who set up the stalls had already packed up their things when the chaos abruptly broke out. Then they jumped over the wall, climbed up the eaves, and dug holes on the spot. Compared to the others, their movements were the loudest. After all, when there was an incident on the street, the hawkers were the unluckiest. When a fight broke out, no matter what was on the stall, it would become a weapon to be thrown. Pushed to the side of the road by the crowd, Yun Nuashing and the others craned their necks curiously to look at the direction of the street. In the middle of the street, they saw the source of the chaos. It was a ball of light in the shape of a person. It only had the shape of a person. There was an awl on the face, and no facial features could be seen. Even the clothes on the body seemed to be covered by the light. Just from the appearance of the outline, the small face, long hair, and clothes were all connected together. It should be a female, right? It was hard to say. They could not tell. See, you whispered, I see it. Although the clothes are blocking, there is indeed a front armor. It's a woman. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He decided not to answer the girl. At this moment, he was actually more shocked than the others. He was even a little surprised. He was very familiar with the appearance of the white light figure. There were 146 such white light figures in the shattered continent of origin. So when he saw it, his heart skipped a beat. He almost jumped up and did a backflip on the spot and set up hundreds of thousands of magic circles to protect himself. But when he did not feel the presence of origin from it, he suppressed his overreaction. The white silhouette's feet did not touch the ground and did not make a sound. It floated forward like a wandering soul. When it walked over, it involuntarily emitted a strange and tranquil aura. Everyone who retreated to the side of the road looked at the white silhouette with fear and confusion. The closer it was to the white silhouette, the quieter it became. A group of higher life forms were suppressed into silence by the white silhouette. It was not known whether it was because of the tranquil aura that they forcibly quieted down or because they were simply frightened into silence. It was not until the white silhouette left and walked a distance that they slowly recovered their voices. Their faces were still filled with uncertainty and fear. It did not do anything else along the way. Nothing happened as it walked. When it reached the end of the long street, it suddenly trembled twice and dissipated like a cloud of smoke under the gaze of countless people. After it disappeared, the strange state of alert on the long street also disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and then immediately threw what had just happened to the back of their minds and returned to their normal actions. The words that had been scattered began to ring again, interspersed with some discussions about what had just happened. Looking at their calm and habitual appearance, Yun Nuashing could be sure that the people here were already used to being scared. We talked to a passerby for a while and understood something. He turned to Maple and the others and said, I just asked around. It should be related to that shadow. Probably at the beginning of this era, the shadow has existed here. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and interrupted him. Is it here or in the void? I'm not sure. The person I asked just now was also ambiguous and couldn't give me a definite answer. Hui scratched his head. Seeing that Maple didn't continue to ask, he continued the topic. Then, after it came out, it tore down half of Profound Heaven's sacred city. To be specific, it tore down half of Profound Heaven's sacred city because of a counterattack. Probably someone launched an attack on it or something. If you don't touch it, it won't have any reaction. Just like before, it's like a wandering ghost. The specific range of its wandering is not only Profound Heaven's sacred city. I heard that it also appeared in the territories of the other two families. The location of its wandering is not fixed. Hui said with his hands behind his head and sighed. This matter is like a ghost story. It's confusing and we can't figure out the reason. There's so many guesses. Let's not talk about that part. It's useless to talk about it. After all, no one has communicated with it. Communicated? Yun Nuashing suddenly froze. She pinched her hair and pondered for a while. She muttered to herself, communicated. So that's how it is. That's its voice. Voice? Hui and the others looked at Maple, who seemed to have understood something. What voice? What did you understand? Just now, when it came over, it was releasing a strange aura. You should have felt it, right? Yun Nuashing said. When everyone nodded, she continued to answer. That shouldn't be some kind of aura that was released randomly. It should be. Well, it's using the method of resonance between consciousness and energy to transmit some kind of message. Good heavens, it's an encrypted call. Hui scratched his cheek with a puzzled expression. But how did you know? Yun Nuashing turned to look at Shuang. She reached out and pressed her head. The girl immediately understood. She exclaimed with a blushing face and stuck out her tongue. After all, when I first met this girl, she used her consciousness to pester me all the way to communicate. Basically, she was sending messages one by one. I had to rely on myself to translate and guess. I had to guess 7 or 8 times before I could barely restore a sentence. Shuang quickly hid in the wings of the little angel. She blushed and did not dare to show her face. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he could recognize it. It turned out that there was already a precedent. What did it say just now? Sui Qing brought the topic back to the original point. Well, let me think. Because I didn't hear it immediately, I need to piece it together to try to recall it now. Yun Nuashing lowered her head and twirled her hair with her fingers. After pondering for a while, she said in an uncertain tone, If there's no translation error, it should be saying, leave this place. Judging from the situation of consciousness and energy, it should be these 4 words. Leave this place. Where does this place refer to? Hui scratched his head in distress and asked the question that Feng had just asked. Profound Heaven, Holy City? This starry sky? This void? Who is leaving? It wants to leave? Let the people in this place leave. To what extent is it leaving? Yun Nuashing's pretty face suddenly wrinkled like a walnut. You ask me, but how am I supposed to ask? Without any context. How am I supposed to know what it means and where it wants to go if it just repeats these 4 words? Its range of activity is not limited to Profound Heaven, Holy City. It wandered around the 3 territories as if it wanted to tell everyone about this matter, to tell other life forms in the starry sky. Shi Shao looked at the place where it disappeared and tried to capture some trace of it, but he failed immediately. When it left, it did not leave any trace behind. Strange things. The incident started more than half an era ago, and since nothing happened for so long, it should not be a big deal. Even if it wandered around the entire starry sky, it should not be a big deal. After all, nothing happened, so it should not be a problem if they just left it alone. After all, these 3 families did not pay attention to it, right? He believed that the higher-ups of these 3 families knew about the existence of this white shadow. Perhaps it had done something or taken some measures. But since it was still here, then the result, and so on. There was no need to say it out loud. Well, that being said, they would hang this matter up for now and maintain the priority of ordinary attention. They would see if there were any special situations in the future. Half an era was not a long time for the void. If it was some kind of void-level event, then half an era might not have started yet. It might still be in the process of brewing, or it might have just happened, but it might not have reached the point where people would be able to find clues. Of course, it might have ended a long time ago. Well, only the heavens knew that void-level events needed to be observed for a long time before the results could be obtained. About that white shadow, Lord Feng, Lord Hui, I have some interesting information here. Do you want to hear it? I Ching's giggling voice suddenly entered the soul communication, causing them to turn their attention. Hui rolled his eyes and said, "Just say it." It's in the primordial realm. At the beginning of this era, the primordial realm had a node with the same nature as the profound heaven's sacred city. At that time, it was forcefully blasted. I heard that the impact was quite big and many people died. I heard from those who survived and experienced the impact that it was a disaster that suddenly erupted without any contact. Well, we don't know what the actual situation is. It's just hearsay. God knows if it's true or not. Anyway, such a thing happened. Forceful detonation and what not. This sounded quite dangerous. They definitely had no way of knowing the actual situation for themselves. They could not believe everything they heard from others. Nor could they be biased. They could just put a question mark on it and leave it hanging. They did not have the mood to harp on it, unless something happened to it in front of them. In that case, they could consider whether or not it needed to be moved. I'll go look for more clues and see if I can find something interesting. I Ching was about to cut off the soul communication after saying this. We suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "By the way, little Chingzi, we ran into the battlefield. You have to remind everyone not to enter the battlefield. Don't worry, Lord Hui. Everyone is now wandering in the void. No one has entered the main battlefield. We only left 100 people in this world's light cluster to deal with emergencies. Everyone is scattered in the frontline nodes of the 3 sides. If you need anything, just shout, and we will be there immediately." Yun Nuashing was a little curious and asked, "Emergency?" Lord Feng, Lord Hui, I saw something interesting. I'll take my leave first." Little Chingzi was scared away. Hui smiled bitterly. After a while, Feng also reacted. He scratched his head and could not help but mutter, "Is it necessary? Is it necessary?" "Actually, it's necessary." Hui nodded. Yun Nuashing glared at him, faintly. In the next 10 days, both the primordial world and the Changyuan Saint Spirit world were very quiet. They stayed in the heaven mystic world's territory and grew mushrooms. They did not even gather for more than 2 times before Shu Qing felt that there was no need to practice anymore. She let them move freely, and the mushrooms grew even more thoroughly. It was really like a mushroom. Staying in this place, they couldn't do anything else. Only when they reported their safety to Yuanji every day could they feel that they were not moldy. They had been to all the places that they could go these days. In order to prevent any possible surveillance eyes from suspecting that there was something wrong with them, they still had to do some normal activities, such as shopping, 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 and shopping. What? Why didn't they sit down and cultivate? The damn environmental rules of this place made it impossible for them to cultivate. Moreover, they were all in the forbidden period. At most, they could only hide in the pavilion and carefully deal with the origin energy. They could not use too much strength to avoid blowing up this place. Other than this place, which seemed to be the most important main battlefield, there were sporadic battles in other places. However, they were basically things that happened in the light balls of other worlds. The details were reported by the people scattered everywhere. In the small battles between the 3 sides, the primordial world basically won more than they lost. The wins and losses between the heaven mystic world and the Changyuan Saint Spirit world were very balanced. As for this place, which was the main battlefield, recruiting was something that happened every day. They had already experienced a battle. Calculating the time, they were no longer rookies. The camp had also been changed. The people who were recruited were still a mix of celestial gods and origin realm experts. However, After a period of selection, only Origin Realm experts remained on the main battlefield. The number of low-level Origin Realm experts was slowly decreasing, as if they were transferred to other battlefields. The other two sides were also doing the same. They could vaguely feel that they were gathering strength and wanted to do something. As for what it was not clear for the time being. The three sides have gathered quite a lot of strength. Hui stood at the edge of the floating island and looked at the positions of the two sides. After watching for a while, he turned to Maple and said, "They have more strength than we had in the battle that day. Moreover, they have changed a lot of people. It seems like many of them have been transferred over from other worlds. Most of them are mid-level Origin Realm experts, and above. They can be considered a relatively large force in the current Order Void. Guess what they plan to do? Are they going to fight a decisive battle, or do they want to do something else?" Yun Nuashing turned her head and glanced at him. "Have you ever seen a decisive battle start when the three sides have tacitly worked together to increase their strength? The three sides have begun to gather high-level strength and begin to prepare behind the scenes. There must be a spy in the three sides for them to have such a tacit understanding, right?" Hui nodded. "You don't say. With such loose monitoring and such a casual method, there must be a spy. Although there are quite a few Yuansha realm experts secretly monitoring the battlefield so that they can't betray us during the battle. You can't control the activities of others during the non-battle period. In this place, there are many ways to pass information out." Yun Nuashing thought carefully and was silent for a while. "That seems to be the case. It's ridiculous." He stretched, and the word board was written all over his face. "Although we haven't used up much time, these days of wasting time are quite boring for us in a state of war. If it weren't for the underworld, I would have hoped that these peaceful days of small fights could continue." Although Maple said a lot, he caught the most crucial information in an instant. After growing mushrooms for more than 10 days, Maple felt bored. Moreover, he was forced to be bored when he had something to do. His boredom was turning into irritation bit by bit. The speed was very slow, but he had to be mentally prepared. In the past, the main battlefield didn't seem to be so idle. I heard that there were small fights every few days and big battles every once in a while. Now that more than 10 days have passed, it's been quiet long enough. As Hui spoke, he glanced at Maple and joked, "I guess the two sides on the opposite side know that there's a big killer here. They instinctively feel that something is wrong and don't dare to fight." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. "The atmosphere is tense and dull before the storm. As you saw just now, the three sides have gathered their strength tacitly. Even if it's not for the final battle, there must be some big movement. The longer it's quiet, the bigger the matter will be." He sighed and looked at the twinkling starry sky. "Let's wait a few more days!" Woo! The sound of the bugle horn suddenly swept through the entire camp, startling the two of them. They looked at each other, turned around, and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the drill ground. Siyu and the others also came out of the pavilion to join them. They came so quickly. Have they been idle for the past 10 days? Monitor was the second group of people to come here. As soon as he came out, he saw Feng Ling and the others gathered neatly. He couldn't help but grin. He scratched his hairline a few times and said, "The past 10 days have indeed been a little strange. There hasn't even been a small battle. Usually it wouldn't be quiet for so long. It's been quiet for too long. Be careful of the other side's tricks. We didn't see the so-called surprise troops of the primordial world in the last battle. Maybe we will face them head-on this time." Shu Qing led the team to the stage. After waiting for half a minute, when almost everyone had gathered, they looked up and waited for the signal from the horn. It was also at this moment that the horn that roared through the entire camp suddenly stopped. Shu Qing and Monitor were stunned for a moment. We looked at them blankly and asked, what does this mean? There's only one sound, and a group of people have come out? No, it seems like the order has been revoked." Shu Qing also frowned and looked at the other parts of the camp. The teams from the other camps had also gathered. The sudden revocation of the battle order made everyone a little confused and a little restless. Everyone stood in place for about 10 minutes. Their minds were filled with the word doubt. The higher-ups couldn't have suddenly blown the horn for fun. There should be a reason for them to abruptly revoke the order. But since there was no news after 10 minutes, it should be fine, right? I don't know what happened. Monitor patted his head and smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and said, "Disperse, disperse." God knows what happened. Everyone scratched their heads and responded. Half of them disappeared on the spot, while the other half slowly walked out of the drill ground. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and shrugged. Just as they were about to return to their previous positions and do what they were supposed to do, a sudden tremor came from the floating island. Woo! The heavy, reverberating sound of the horn made Yun Nuashing and the others who had just stepped out stiffen. They retreated and turned to look at Shu Qing and Monitor, who were also staring at them. They said in unison, "The people above like to blow the horn for fun." This is definitely not the case. Monitor scratched his head hard and looked puzzled. But I have never seen such a strange... the order message. Everyone, who had just dispersed, gathered together once again, waiting for the loudspeaker to come. Puff! Everyone. What is this? What was he trying to do? The sudden stop of the horn made Hui Kua's head hurt a little. He said, "The people above are definitely itching to blow the horn." Shu Qing and Monitor were also speechless this time. They didn't know what to say. Blowing the horn twice and canceling the order twice. But right after that, the loud sound of the horn rang out once more. This time it was a series of 15 to 16 trumpets, causing the entire floating island to tremble. This time it was an accurate command, causing everyone to forget about the inexplicable things just now and switch to combat mode in a second. Their expressions were serious and full of fighting spirit. 16 armies are attacking together. This is the largest battle we have encountered in these years. I am afraid it is close to the decisive battle. Monitor clenched the long spear in his hand and looked dignified in a second. Seeing Huey's puzzled expression, he explained, "There are more than 20 in the Tianqian world. I don't know the exact number. More than 20 heavenly gods of the origin. More than 20 warlords. One warlord leading an army. So far, we have only mobilized 10 warlords and 10 large troops. This time, we have mobilized 16 armies at once. Maybe the other side has also mobilized such a huge force all of a sudden." He scratched his head. So, could it be a disagreement just now? Or could it be that monitoring the number of troops sent by the other side found that there was an error and forcibly interrupted my order? Maybe it is both. But that is the matter to be discussed by the higher-ups. Shu Qing shook his head and looked at everyone with a solemn face. This battle is very dangerous. We must act cautiously. Let's go. The gathering this time was accompanied by all kinds of huge movements that shook the starry sky and the void. It was still the gathering of the 3 sides, with the 2 sides scattered and facing each other. In a single battlefield, there were 16 large armies facing each other, densely covering the sky and earth. The formation was spread out to a place far away. The primeval realm experts of both sides were glaring at each other angrily. The warlords who appeared were still at the beginning of the primeval realm, and the highest was the first tier of the primeval realm. Now, the number of primeval realm experts gathered here had reached an exciting 48. They could probably serve the underworld realm as a cold dish, and a small portion at that. It was not very polite to say these words to the top combat strength of the other side, but they were indeed used to it. Furthermore, there was no need for politeness in the war on their side. When the battle was intense, they did not greet the other side's genealogy. It was either because they were too reserved and unwilling to speak, or because they were really at the top of the order void. Even the heavenly god of origin would be so anxious that he would curse. What was wrong with them greeting the enemy's genealogy? Did they have to be gentle and polite when facing an enemy in a life-and-death battle? The Origin Realm, that is their elite team. I didn't expect them to be brought out. Shu Qing's heavy voice made everyone recover from the ridicule in their hearts. They looked forward together, and some bigger things appeared in front of them. 3 huge triangular platforms appeared in the middle of the primordial world's formation. Each side was 10,000 feet long and about 100 feet thick. In the center of the platform was a huge triangular pyramid energy crystal. The entire platform was covered by a thick, translucent, spherical energy barrier. The energy reaction was astonishing. The people standing on it did not see anything special for the time being. They were just standing on it. Needless to say, they were very familiar with this kind of thing. It was a genuine order creation, and its level was also passable. With the power of more than 1,000 Origin Realm Peak experts standing on it and the power of this golden platform, they could defeat someone who had just advanced to the primordial realm. Before it was damaged due to overload, it could defeat at least 4 primordial realm experts, or 1 at the first heaven of the primordial realm. The latter was probably a little difficult. A first heaven of the primordial realm expert should be able to slightly specialize in other aspects and develop a little unbalanced, and they should be able to destroy it. Elite troops, trump cards. We looked at the 3 golden platforms and seemed to understand why they were fighting this time. The Origin realm probably wanted to end the battle quickly to regain some lost ground. After all, they had fled in defeat last time. Currently, there was no supremacy at the peak of the early stage primordial realm, so it was not considered a decisive battle. That elite troop is the true trump card. Shu Qing shook her head, her expression gloomy. Their strength is definitely higher than ours. From what I've heard from the seniors these past few days, just that one team is comparable to an entire army. When they first appeared, they caused our sky-profound world to fight the most tragic battle in history. Even several of our military commanders were almost defeated in the siege. Yun Nuashing and the others silently calculated for a while and felt that the so-called elite troop was a troop equipped with high-level order creations. Needless to say, the members were elites, and the order creations should be powerful enough. Just like their energy pagoda, a peak stage Origin realm expert with an energy pagoda would be able to wipe out the 3 battlefields with a little agility. Oh, it could barely be considered an original level creation, and there was the word mass-produced behind it. The people of the heaven mystic world were already prepared. This time, there were a few more troops in the army that looked very powerful. They had already activated the array formation when they were still confronting each other. They were probably elite troops and were confronting the troops on the 3 platforms. Then the challenge. Woo! Die, you bastards from the Origin realm. Flatten the idiots of the heaven mystic world. Hui had just opened his mouth to chant when roars that shook the starry sky suddenly resounded. While they were still in a daze, both sides roared and suddenly charged at each other. Countless energy torrents crossed the battlefield first and collided violently with energy barriers. All right, stop shouting. They're going to fight directly. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He released his energy without even raising his shield, blocking the thousands of attacks that descended in an instant. Then he raised his chin at Shu Qing and the others. Start fighting, start fighting. Feng can't wait to beat them up. Everyone turned to look and saw that a certain someone had already started to draw his bow and knock his arrows. There were 200 to 300 2-foot-long formations flashing around him, and energy arrows with immense penetrative power rained down on the entire starry sky. When he saw everyone looking over, he raised his chin and raised his eyebrows. What are you waiting for? I've already launched a few thousand attacks. Go, beat them up. Hui and the others could not help but smile bitterly. After this guy could release his energy without suppressing it, he began to do whatever he wanted. While maintaining the same attack power, the frequency of his attacks increased by several times. Still, every energy arrow could penetrate an energy barrier, allowing people to rush forward and break through their defenses. When the primordial heavenly gods of both sides entered the star domain to fight, the two armies clashed fiercely. This battle immediately became white-hot, so intense that it was almost impossible to distinguish between the two sides. Chapter 1969. If you had to find a reason for them to participate in this war, you could use Maple's philosophy. Give them a little punishment, temporarily. However, this matter had to be brought up first. They were acting first and reporting later. The more shocking the execution process was, the better the effect would be when they reported it. Sooner or later, they would drag the three parties together. Domestic violence and whatnot in the backyard was a headache. It was said that to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the internal affairs. Although the vast order void was described as a backyard, the endless territories and worlds all belonged to the living beings of order. If they wanted to truly pacify the internal affairs, they could only bring all these things under their control. Impossible. Even if they had nothing better to do, they wouldn't do such a thing. They had to do their best just to deal with the underworld. How would they have the time to pacify the internal affairs? In such a large order void, how would they have the time to deal with so many things? That was why there was an advantage for the three parties to control the entire order void. The only advantage. Now that the three parties were holding down the order void, the only remaining upper plane, they only needed to hold down the three parties. That was why it was only a matter of time before they gathered the three parties together for a meeting. If they didn't want to have a meeting, they would just kill them, let Maple out, and fight to the death. Bah! They would just take back the net and roast all the fish. In short, the upper plane had to be pacified. He had to act quickly. Fortunately, Maple's response to such matters was relatively slow. If they still couldn't hold down the upper plane by the time Maple responded, then Maple would really act recklessly. By then, the entire world would really be quiet, just like when the world was first created. Anyway, they just needed to be quiet. They didn't say how to be quiet, right? The group of people sitting upright and not breathing loudly was quiet. The empty void was also very quiet, and the latter was more to Maple's liking. Although he wouldn't be able to stop himself from kneading the mud if it was quiet for less than 100 or 200 years, at least it was quiet. That. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Right now, they were in the middle of a battle. Although he didn't need to move and wasn't afraid that someone could break through his defense, in order to prevent others from thinking that he was slacking off by letting the sea of void pass, it was better to move a little. It was also good to observe the situation of the battle and see if there was anything interesting. The charging of the armies of the primordial world and the heaven mystic world generally didn't deviate from their understanding of the battles within the worlds of order. The forms and methods would change, but the essence wouldn't change. The main force would charge forward, while the ones who bombarded the rear would gather energy to attack. If it was just energy attacks, the primordial world, which copied all kinds of creations, would definitely be more powerful. The heaven mystic world relied on a small portion of their energy, rules, and order creations to take on a huge responsibility. 80% of them relied on arrays to fight. On the other hand, the primordial world had 1 or 2 energy creations. Those arrays that were used to charge and break through enemy lines didn't have any fixed restrictions. Furthermore, the range was larger. Dragging the enemy into the array could also give them a large number of weakening effects in a rhythmic manner. What was more noteworthy was the primordial world's 3 platforms. More than 3,000 peak-level origin stage experts were cooperating with the power of the platforms to display their might. As expected, those were relatively high-level creations of order. If they were allowed to charge straight into the heaven mystic world's army, the effect might not be inferior to letting Maple activate a small-scale array. 2,000 or 3,000 arrays could just use ordinary attacks, and this place would be quiet in a few rounds. Therefore, that group of elites definitely couldn't be allowed to run around like they were out of control. On the heaven mystic world side, there were also teams of the same level that were facing them head-on. Elites against elites, it was quite reasonable. It was just that the Heaven Mystic World's army was much weaker. If they continued fighting like this, their arrays might be broken in about 30 minutes. That thing seems to be quite powerful. Hui Shou cupped his eyes and looked at the 3 golden platforms. I didn't expect the primordial world to be able to produce such creations of order. Small Hour's gray eyes turned to look at them for a while before she softly said, "War platform." The moment she spoke, she even accurately said the name. This matter was not quite the same. The nature seemed to have become more serious. Hui immediately thought that it was a creation of origin. However, it didn't have origin energy, so he treated it as a creation of order left behind from the previous era. His face trembled. A product of your era? Yes, it wasn't created by the venerable gods. However, its original form was the order battle formation, created by the venerable gods. You can think of the war platform as a weakened version of the order battle formation. Oh, it's something that others tried to replicate and create. Hui understood and heaved a sigh of relief. Small Hour nodded slightly. The war platform was the first version that was eliminated in the early days. In the later stages, before the entire defense line was equipped with a series of creations of origin, such as the Fortress of Origin, they had been researching the war platform and had been updated many times. I remember that the last version of the war platform was before the order battle formation. They should have been using the creation platform. What's so special about it? It can allow the power of order to spread. Together with the order domain, it can strengthen the domain's ability to resist chaos corruption. If order has the upper hand, it can also spread and occupy chaos. However, order has never used the latter function. Other than that, the important function of the war platform remains. Hui crossed his arms and muttered to himself. That means that if it's the creation platform, it would be a little troublesome for us. However, the war platform is not a problem. Still, it's quite a hindrance to just leave it there. Feng, can you think of a way to shoot 2 arrows over there? Hui used his eyes to point at the elite versus elite battlefield and the 3 war platforms. He spoke through the soul transmission. Oh, I've already tried. Yun Nuashing glanced over there and looked away. He continued to shoot thousands of energy arrows as if nothing had happened. The array-breaking bow form is maintained with the lowest power. I can't use normal attacks to break through the layers of defense. One platform actually has 300 layers of defense, like a tortoiseshell. I really didn't expect that. It's more than enough to withstand the attack of a beginner. Then you just have to use a little more strength. Cloud-piercing arrow, the fall of thousands of worlds. Huey's face darkened as he finished the sentence for Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing shrugged and gave him a, "You've already told me the result, look." He waved his hand, and the 300 magic arrays behind him duplicated twice and stacked on top of each other. Then he continued to draw his bow. Then I'll just increase the attack by a little bit. Just a little bit. Hui was silent. 100 million dots, or a little bit. Well, I can't say for sure. It may be 100 million dots if I'm unlucky. Yun Nuashing said with a smile. This time, he only pulled the bow slowly. He squinted his left eye and looked through the layers of battle zones. He aimed at the elite troops who were fighting, spraying all kinds of explosions and light pollution all over the starry sky. He pulled the bowstring to the maximum and muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I've used a skill that I haven't used for a long time." Cloud-piercing arrow, array-breaking arrow. A huge energy halo suddenly exploded on the bowstring. 300 magic arrays shattered at the same time. The shattered energy gathered and melted into the arrow. Then, it suddenly turned into a dark red, lightning and swept across the starry sky. When he saw the light flash by without even dragging the energy tail, Hui had already put his hands together with a blank face. I hope he's fine. Oh no, I hope he's not completely fine. Although it was an attack with the effect of breaking the magic array, the attack power it contained. Yes, without the basic attack power, Even if it was skillful, it would not be able to break the magic array. And what was very troublesome was Maple's strength. Yes, all his attack power or basic attack power was off the charts. That meant that it could even be used to break the magic array. Boom! Bang! 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 The boundless energy echoes that suddenly exploded across the starry sky startled everyone on the battlefield. The dark, red energy of unknown origin traversed half of the battlefield with unimaginable speed. There were over 300 streaks of energy that were only 1 foot wide, and like a dense cluster of light beams. Everything that appeared in their path was mercilessly pierced through, be it gathered energy, creations, or energy barriers. There was even a pinnacle of origin that was grazed by 3 streaks of light. More than half of his body and soul had disappeared, and he almost died on the spot. Countless phenomena caused by the cluster of light beams occurred at the same time across tens of thousands of miles. The energy attacks that came into contact with the light beams on the battlefield collapsed, and the remaining energy was detonated on the spot. The exploding spheres of light were like a cluster of stars that had been lit up, densely filling everyone's vision. They were even pulling on each other and gathering into an even greater energy storm. In just a few seconds, the energy storm had expanded by thousands of times. Looking at the places that were not affected, that area was almost instantly lit up with an extremely large firework. The impact of the energy that exploded at the same time almost scared the troops on both sides. Seeing the expanding light balls of energy, their hearts trembled and they hurriedly retreated. The entire starry sky began to tremble. Coupled with the fact that this was an attack with the effect of breaking the formation, the damage and impact on the barrier and domain that encompassed this area skyrocketed. It could no longer withstand the energy that exploded from the inside and destroyed the domain indiscriminately. The starry sky was torn apart, traversing the entire battlefield. In an instant, all the remaining energy that had not been annihilated was pulled into the void and annihilated. The entire battlefield forcibly calmed down in the face of the great explosion and the penetrating void crack. At the same time, in another place, 300 energy beams hit the energy barrier of the war platform heavily. Before the elite troops on both sides could notice, they had only pierced through the defense in an instant, penetrating the bottom of the war platform and the triangular pyramid crystal that was the core. The energy that went out of control was instantly ignited by the energy of cloud piercing, breaking the array. Hum! The violent sound of energy trembling, the violent energy movement, and the light that penetrated the war platform crashed into the senses of the elite troops on both sides, making their eyes widen. A violent and unreasonable energy with enormous pressure occupied their minds. King retreat. Someone roared at the top of their lungs. The people on both sides all rushed in the direction of their troops with pale white faces. It was also at this moment that the entire battlefield exploded. The explosion of the 3 war platforms added to the energy storm that shook the starry sky with the greatest explosion of energy. The dazzling white ball of energy suddenly expanded to a radius of over 100,000 kilometers. It was like a sun had suddenly smashed into the battlefield, dancing with the energy storm. In just a short while, the two merged into an even larger storm, constantly expanding and expanding. It was so fast that the people nearby all pissed their pants in fright. They hurriedly used everything they had to run as far away as possible. Hui completed the sentence with a stupefied expression. Even if it was a formation-breaking attack, it could also set off fireworks in the starry sky. Although the fireworks were very quiet and restrained, each explosion of energy was actually very small in scale. This was because it was only using the characteristics of energy to convert all the energy affected by the cloud piercing, formation breaking into destructive energy, erupting with all the remaining energy in one go. The affected energy would also continue to affect other energy that could be touched, like a chain reaction. In the end, it would ignite all the energy on the battlefield, so there were only small explosions of energy. However, when all the energy was gathered together, the explosion was still quite frightening. It was equivalent to tens of millions of full-powered reciprocity attacks. Of course, the destructive force was rather scattered, or this place would have been blown up long ago. Just looking at the ball of light that had expanded to almost 1,000,000 kilometers, it was a relatively small explosion in the history of explosions that Maple had created. However, the shocking effect had already reached the maximum for both sides. Yes, it had reached the maximum. It could be seen from the shock and silence that filled the battlefield. Even the movements on the other two battlefields had become much quieter after witnessing the explosion of energy. The entire starry sky had become much quieter. After the light of energy had disappeared, the energy reaction of the entire battlefield had dropped to an extreme. All the energy in the area had been detonated, and the space had also interfered. Now, there was not even a trace of energy left in this place. Sigh, needless to say, this must have been caused by someone accidentally using 100 million points of energy. Ah, I forgot that there's a lot of energy in this place. It's easy to detonate them all together. Maple's slightly stunned voice came quietly. He did not sound apologetic at all. He definitely did it on purpose. He just wanted to create a big explosion. Now, it was great. At this moment, the entire army was silent. They did not know how to deal with it. In the energy explosion, just now, many people from the primordial world were caught in it. Probably not many. After all, it was aimed at the 3 war platforms. The energy explosion seemed to have caused a huge commotion, but the real point was that the destructive power of the energy explosion was restrained near the center of the war platforms. This meant that even if they were caught in the energy ball of light just now, as long as they were not dragged into the center, they could still survive. Therefore, not many people died. He had told Maple before that this was a frightening skill used to clear out the battlefield. At first glance, it looked like they were scared to death. After counting, not many people died. However, there should still be dozens of small teams. In addition, the group of elite teams was in the center. No matter how fast they ran, they must have lost some people. Boom! The rumbling sound of energy explosion suddenly exploded on the primordial world side. Arrows trailing the light of energy quickly fell on their position like lightning, causing energy explosions again and again. The silent starry sky was once again covered by the sound of explosions. The screams mixed in with the explosions caused countless people to suddenly come back to their senses. What are you waiting for? Is the battle over? Is it over? Or has the enemy surrendered? Are they all dead? Yun Nuashing frowned, slightly in displeasure. The energy contained in the action of pulling the bow in her hand increased with each stroke. Since there's nothing left, why are you still waiting? What? Waiting in a daze is giving you a chance. Do you want the other side to turn the tables? Give me. Yun Nuashing fiercely stomped his foot on the formation, and a vast and mighty energy shockwave suddenly swept through the entire sky, profound world's formation. A roar that was mixed with mind, soul, and consciousness exploded in the depths of everyone's souls. Brace yourselves! Before the other side dies to the point where only dregs are left, use all your strength with all your might. That roar was a form of encouragement, causing everyone who was in a daze to suddenly shiver. Their chaotic thoughts were forcefully dispersed by an energy that forcefully intervened. Only a mighty battle intent was left in their minds. We saw a group of people screaming and rushing towards the primordial world with an even more rapid and violent momentum. The mighty energy shock wave scattered across the entire starry sky. He was completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly pulled Maple, gritted his teeth, and roared in a low voice. This is not the battlefield of order and chaos, you silly fool. Is there a need to roar to encourage them? Are you dazed? Yun Nuashing, who had entered a cold and incomparably serious state, instantly came back to her senses. She saw Si Yu, Qing Huang, and the others looking at her in a daze. She couldn't help but be startled. She then turned her head to look at the heaven mystic worlds, people who had transformed into evil spirits and were charging on the battlefield. She was silent for a while. Her face was full of sweat. It's over. I couldn't help it. I can't take it back. What do we do? Everyone, how the hell do we know what to do? We really got excited as we fought. Great, now that we shouted, we can't take it back. The Primordial World's elite team's formation had been broken, and they were all frightened. Their morale had plummeted, and they were accompanied by all kinds of panic and confusion. The Heaven Mystic World situation should have been the same, because they couldn't figure out who had launched the attack. In the end, his roar caused everyone to charge and break through the enemy's formation. The elite team led the charge into the center of the enemy's formation. There was no need to even look. If the primordial, heavenly god of the primordial world side didn't come down to suppress the situation, they would be completely finished. No, there was no need to suppress the situation anymore. The primordial world's army was already done for. The battle between the two teams whose morale had reached the peak. There was no more suspense. The team whose morale had skyrocketed was still in an unparalleled state because of Feng Yi's roar. If the primordial world's army could withstand this round, he would crush the opposing primordial realm expert to death in the void on the spot. In the current situation, only the opposing primordial realm experts could withstand it. Therefore, if they could withstand it, it would be the opposing primordial realm experts' fault. That's right, because all the members had received too much stimulation, the primordial heavenly god's roar could buff all the members at the front line of the void. The group of origin realm experts here were all buffed to the max. They were now being dragged along by Shu Qing's team and were rampaging behind the battlefield. A fixed cannon turret was running around. The final result was actually within their expectations. They did not even make a move in the second half of the battle. They just stared blankly at the group of people from the Heaven Mysteries world who were on steroids charging into the opposite side of the battlefield. If it were not for the primordial realm experts on both sides who felt that something was wrong and hurriedly turned back to control the battlefield after noticing that something was wrong, they might have already killed their way to the Holy Spirit realm and Long Yuan realm and cooperated with their own people to wrap them up. After that, they originally wanted to wrap the dumplings, but the primordial heavenly gods from the primordial world suddenly pestered them like crazy. They had no choice but to turn around and beat them up. After all, the stimulation effect would last for a while before it ended. The military governors of the Heaven Mysteries world were not fools. Seeing that the primordial world's army was almost completely destroyed, they took this opportunity to lead their own teams to launch the next round of attacks on the opposing primordial realm experts. It was quite intense. If they could leave 2 or 3 primordial realm experts behind, it would be even more intense. Unfortunately, they only beat 3 of them half to death and severely injured the other 4. The remaining one hurriedly fled back to the array formation with his people. They had almost directly attacked the primordial world's array formation. At the end of the battle, the other 2 battlefields also announced their withdrawal. This time, all 3 sides fought a little fiercely. It was unknown if they were affected by the energy explosion midway. Even though the Heaven Mysteries world and the Holy Spirit realm fought fiercely, they were still evenly matched. One could only judge whether they were ruthless or not from the number of casualties. However, the battle between the primordial world and the Holy Spirit realm was interesting. It seemed that the team of surprise troops had gone to that battlefield and half crippled the Holy Spirit realm. If they were given a little more time, they might have been able to defeat the teams of the 2 worlds. Unfortunately, the battle on the other side of the primordial world had ended prematurely. They would not have a good ending if they continued to fight. They could only collect their spoils and hurriedly withdraw. If I'm not wrong, the primordial realm experts from the primordial world did not immediately withdraw when they saw that they were almost completely wiped out. They wanted to stall for time on the other side. Yun Nuashing said they wanted to stall for time on this side so that the other side could heavily injure the Holy Spirit realm and the Holy Spirit realm. Hui immediately took over the topic. The other side is probably fighting very hard. The residual energy has a hint of madness. However, they probably did not expect this side to be defeated so quickly. It seems that even though they came prepared this time, they still underestimated the power of a certain explosive. The battle only lasted for half an hour, but the scale was 1/3 larger than the last time. They were still completely wiped out under such circumstances. These primordial realm experts who escaped will probably be alone the next time they come out. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and rolled her eyes. He had indeed lost control a little. Just a little. Hey, that didn't count. It was not considered losing control when he fought. Wasn't it just a little excitement? A guy who can get excited just by acting. Hui punched him in the head with a look of disdain, making him speechless. He covered his head and muttered, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was really wrong. They didn't really come here to fight. It's not worth it to destroy the entire battlefield just to punish them. I'm sorry, I was really wrong. I'm just a brainless bug." Siyu looked at the endless starry sky from the window and the camp that was the size of a sesame seed below. She ran back to Little Star and pulled him and said, "This temple feels so high. I haven't seen such a scene in a long time." This temple wasn't very big. It was like a little brother compared to the Origin Temple, which was thousands of miles long and wide. However, they wouldn't climb to the top if they didn't have anything to do. So it had been a long time since they were able to look down from above. Normally, they would only see energy surging, and energy exploding. Everything they saw was energy. The group was brought into the largest temple by Shu Qing. Seeing that he was a little nervous, they roughly understood what was going to happen. After fighting twice on the battlefield, as long as there was no problem with the records of the domain they were talking about, and the higher-ups weren't idiots, they would definitely be able to tell that these two battles were obviously very abnormal compared to the past. Therefore, they naturally had to find the abnormality that suddenly appeared and talk about it. First, they had to distinguish between the traitors and the traitors. Then they had to chat a little. Yes, it was to chat a little with the higher-ups of the Tianqian world and talk about their ideals and the future. Or they could catch a group of people with suspicious identities, backgrounds, and powers and have a good fight on the spot. But if they really leave this abnormality in their own place alone, I will really think that they are crazy, Hui said in a telepathic voice. The aura in the temple is very tightly concealed. Guess how many people you will see when you open the door later? 180 yuan sure. Didn't Shu Qing and the others say that there are only 20? Where did your 4 or 5 times the number come from? Yun Nuashing said, "Oh, 20 then. It's just in front. I haven't been here much, so..." Shu Qing turned around and reminded them, seeing that Feng Ling and the other 10 people all had serious and solemn expressions. He took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." As soon as Shu Qing knocked on the door, the 10 feet tall door opened a crack. Seeing this, he gently pushed the door open and led Feng Ling and the others into the hall. In the empty hall, there was a long round table. As it was the only decoration in the room, it attracted their attention. At this moment, there were only 5 figures sitting at the table. However, there were many people standing around the hall. Some were standing by the window and looking at the door. Some were leaning against the wall with their arms crossed. The 20 figures in the hall immediately focused their attention on them. The entire hall was filled with the aura of the Yuansha realm. The 5 figures sitting at the table had the most powerful aura. The one in the middle was a beautiful girl. She had a pretty face and a heavenly fragrance. Taking a closer look at her eyes. Dead fish eyes. Ahem, no, her eyes were lifeless like a deep frozen well. He did not know why he said that, but he had such a feeling. Her eyes were deep and frozen. There was probably an evil spirit sealed under the thick layer of ice. A faint evil spirit would leak out from the ice, which was quite in line with the style of the other primeval in this room, who were all wearing ghost-faced armors. This pair of eyes was like Shu Qing's. One of them hid an evil spirit's crystal-clear eyes, while the other had lost its light as if hope was broken. They both hid a story. A person in the third heaven of the Yuanshi realm was the ruler of the Tianqian world. He and we both expected that there would be a room full of Yuanshi realm cultivators, but they didn't expect that the person in charge would come personally. However, they weren't particularly surprised. It was still within the scope of their guess. After all, such a big commotion was caused in other people's territory. If it were them, they would also appear personally to meet them. A group of 11 people walked into the hall and looked around. Finally, their eyes fell on the few people on the table. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing and the young girl on the table, who looked young but was also an undying person, had been staring at each other for more than a minute. The two guys with dull eyes just stared at each other without saying anything. There were no flames or lightning. They just stared at each other. Hui and the others felt that there was something wrong with the way the two of them were looking at each other. They were all stunned. The people in the hall also felt that something was wrong. However, since their boss didn't say anything, they didn't dare to say anything. They just watched the two of them stare at each other with empty and meaningful gazes. We couldn't help but suddenly reach out to block Feng's line of sight. He lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" The moment his line of sight was blocked, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. The young girl saw that his attention was relaxed. She raised her head slightly and said calmly, "You lost." "TSK," Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and smacked her lips. She swung her long hair towards Huey's face. She glared at him and grinned. "Look at what you've done. Everyone. These two people. What are they playing at?" The young girl stood up lightly and continued to look at Yun Nuoxing. "Your bravery in battle should be rewarded. However, I have some doubts. You know why I'm here." Yun Nuoxing's expression was solemn. "I'm only here for that path. As for your worries, there's no need to worry. We're not guests from those two places, as you guessed. The reason is in your heart. However, do you know that only divine weapons can clear the thorns in the path ahead for me?" Oh, to hell with that path. However, this sentence could be used as an excuse for the rest of his life. It was the path of the primeval realm. Any primeval realm cultivator would think that this person was busy looking for a path. However, the truth was that he had already been forced to destroy the path. Now he was just saying this as an excuse. The last sentence was also serious. After all, the primeval god and the others couldn't find a way. There's always a way out. You don't have to worry. If there's any obstacle in the way of the great path, I'll find another way. I won't be swayed. If that's the case, I'd like to hear more. Everyone in the room stared at the two people talking. This damn way of talking. Can't these two people talk properly? Cough, cough, cough. The 8-foot man standing at the side couldn't stand it anymore and coughed twice. The two people immediately recovered from the strange atmosphere. The girl's expression changed slightly, as if she wanted to change her expression but failed. To put it simply, we've already guessed that you're here for this path. However, if you feel that the normal path won't work, we have another way here. Seeing that you've brought great results to the sky mystic world, we'd like to discuss it with you in detail. Hui and the others. Does she have to be so ruthless just to change the way of talking? Is she in a hurry to return the words she borrowed? The people from the sky mystic world couldn't help but grimace and cover their faces. They couldn't get used to the way their boss spoke. Usually, she wouldn't speak and they would respond on her behalf. They didn't know why she suddenly took the initiative to speak today. "So, what's the method you're talking about?" Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and revealed an interested expression. The girl looked at him and lowered her hands from her abdomen. She pointed downwards and said, "It's related to the secret of this void. It's also the cause and effect of our 3 families gathering here.